Committee will come to order. Chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. More than 8 months ago, the House Republicans unveiled
Mr. Chairman, before we move
For what purpose the gentleman seek recognition?
I would ask that we go back to the normal opening statement procedure, which is 5 minutes for ourselves and then 3 minutes for the members. I know that's been reduced now to 3 for the leadership and 1 for the members. I think that's a huge mistake given the importance of this bill and this legislation. I would say that on a day like this, we probably should give ourselves more time rather than less. So I would make the request that we go back to 5 minutes for the committee leadership and 3 minutes for individual members rather than 3 and 1.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's comments. We are, the committee rules provide discretion of the chairman. Chairman's exercising his discretion for 3-minute opening statements for the full committee ranker and chair, and 1 minute for the others. Believe me, I understand there may be some amendments coming, even though we haven't seen any of them yet. I'm sure there will be adequate time for us to talk about these. The bill was actually posted 6 o'clock on Monday, and it's much smaller than the prior one. Let's get on with our business. More than 8 months ago, House Republicans unveiled a better way, which included our vision for repealing Obamacare and replacing it with a patient-centered 21st century healthcare system. Today, we begin the process of implementing that vision. After years of Obamacare's broken promises, we're proud to put forth a plan that presents a better way for patients and for families. Let me be clear. Under our plan, we are not going backwards, we're going forwards. We are protecting those patients living with pre-existing conditions. We're not returning to the days of lifetime caps or annual limits. And we will continue to allow young adults to remain on their parents' policies until age 26. We will keep our promise to not pull the rug out from anyone as we transition away from this failing law. Under our plan, we're looking forward. We're moving away from a government-run system that frankly is in collapse and where bureaucrats stand in the way between patients and doctors. Instead, we move forward toward a healthcare system where one-size-fits-all mandates are a thing of the past, where states are empowered to innovate and care for their citizens, and most importantly, where patients are actually in charge. We create a new and innovative patient and state stability fund to help low-income Americans afford health care and repair the damage done to state insurance markets by Obamacare, and those state insurance markets are in collapse. This fund gives states broad flexibility to design programs that best serve their unique populations. We responsibly unwind the Obamacare Medicaid expansion while treating those covered under the expansion today fairly. And we refocus Medicaid's limited resources to the patients most in need. We propose a per capita allotment to determine a fair level of funding for states. This type of allotment has been supported not just by Republicans, but also by key Democrats like former President Bill Clinton, who recommended it. Simply put, we have a better way to deliver solutions that put patients, not bureaucrats, first. We provide the American people with what they've asked for all along: greater choice, lower cost, flexibility to choose the plan that best suits their needs. I now recognize my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for a 3-minute opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I've recognized the gentleman from New Jersey for an opening statement.
I have a unanimous consent request.
The vice ranking member, and I have to say, Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware that I've actually mentioned to the Republican members.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the right to object.
Okay.
Whatever it is they're going to offer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just so you know, because I don't think I've mentioned before that we decided in our Democratic caucus that we would have vice rankers. I know you have vice chairs, so we have vice rankers now for our committees, and Ms. Castor was elected unanimously by the Democrats on the Energy and Commerce Committee to be our vice ranking member. She has a unanimous consent request.
What's the gentlelady's request?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Healthcare is so important to our families all across the country, and the Republican bill makes such drastic
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object if she's not.
I'm sorry, that's-
I know that you've limited our consent because this is so important that you allow us to also take 3 minutes as the leaders have.
As the
Mr. Chairman,
gentlelady,
if that's the request, I will object. Object.
we communicated the plan for the committee markup yesterday. We heard no objections back, so this is all sort of new. Look, we're going to have plenty of time to discuss these issues. I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Chairman, may I, for unanimous consent request?
I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey,
reserve
Mr.
the right to
Pallone, for an
object.
opening statement.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we have unanimous consent requests from members of the committee.
So
If
this
somebody
is
wants
the
to
no
object-
surprise you told me
they
about.
want to
Yes.
object, you can.
Gentleman from New Mexico, for what purpose does he seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, maybe if I could just restate the previous unanimous consent request, because Ms. Castor was elected one of our leadership out of this committee, if at the very least she'd be recognized for 3 minutes, while I respect the chairman's discretion at not recognizing the rest of us for that time.
I object.
We have an objection to the UC.
I am serious.
All right.
Well,
let's,
Mr., could I,
other people could yield to her as well.
could I speak on my reservation, just briefly?
Gentleman is recognized to speak on his reservation.
Briefly. If it's truly just going to be one person, the gentlelady from Florida, I would ask the gentleman from Illinois, with the chairman's support, to withdraw and let her have 3, with the understanding that the vice chairman, myself, there's no requirement that there's vice. We know there's vice on both sides of the aisle, so I should have 3 also.
Without objection. We will accord Ms. Castor 3 minutes. We'll record Mr. Barton 3 minutes. I now recognize again the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republican repeal bill before us will seriously harm American families. Most people who garnered health insurance under the ACA will lose their coverage. Those who retain health insurance will pay a lot more for less coverage, and states will seriously ration care for those who still have Medicaid. For 7 years, Republicans claimed to have a better way, but it turns out that is nothing more than an empty slogan. After 7 years of sabotaging and obstructing the ACA, Republicans have finally presented a repeal bill less than 2 days ago that is incredibly destructive to the little guy, to the average working man and woman. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm not a fool, and neither is the American public. Throughout the coming days and weeks, Democrats and advocates alike will band together to bring transparency to this process, and we will expose the GOP policies for what they are, a prescription for disaster. Republicans, both the Speaker and our committee chairman, repeatedly said they would follow regular order. But not one hearing has been held on their repeal bill, and we have also not received analysis from the CBO. Regular order would require a hearing and markup in the Health Subcommittee before we get to the full committee markup here today. Can Republicans guarantee that the 20 million who have insurance today will continue to have health insurance under their plan? Clearly not. How many more millions of Americans will lose their health insurance as a result of this bill? Who will be covered? And what will people pay for needed health care? No response from the GOP. Now let's talk about what we do know about the Republican repeal bill. With devastating cuts and caps on Medicaid, it will ration care for the 76 million Americans who rely on Medicaid, including seniors with long-term care needs, Americans with disabilities, pregnant women, and vulnerable children, virtually ending Medicaid as we know it. Working families could see their premiums and deductibles increase by hundreds of thousands of dollars. And seniors will pay an age tax and be forced to pay premiums 5 times higher than what others pay for health insurance. One reason that the AARP came out strongly against the GOP repeal bill yesterday. The bill also shortens the life of the Medicare Trust Fund, putting the care of 57 million American seniors and people with disabilities at risk. The Republican repeal bill will institute a cancer tax, and Americans with pre-existing conditions will suffer. Insurers will once again be able to charge more or discriminate against Americans with pre-existing conditions when their coverage lapses for any reason. The Republican repeal bill is a giant transfer of wealth, taking from hardworking families and giving to the rich. In fact, according to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the bill would cut taxes for the rich and corporations by about $600 million, so billionaires will benefit while Republicans dump huge out-of-pocket costs on working families. Frankly, this is a disgrace. Americans today have better health coverage and health care thanks to the ACA. The American people do not want to see it repealed, and Democrats will fight Republican efforts to dismantle the health and economic security of millions of hardworking Americans. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton, for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you and the staff and the members who've worked on the draft that we're going to debate today for your effort and your work product. Make no mistake, this is a necessary thing. The Affordable Care Act is fatally flawed, and it is, as some people have said, in a death spiral. If Mrs. Clinton had won the election and the Democrats had won the House, we would be here today holding a similar markup. It's a simple fact that the Affordable Care Act, as it's currently construed, will not work. The draft is a good effort, and I intend to support it. Having said that, it can be improved upon. I'm sure my friends on the Democratic side are going to offer many amendments in the course of this markup, some of them thoughtful and well-intentioned, some not so thoughtful, not so well-intentioned. I've been there, Mr. Chairman. I've sat where Mr. Pallone is. In fact, I was in his chair when the Affordable Care Act was marked up. So I know how that feels. At some point in the process, Mr. Chairman, I plan to offer myself 2 amendments. One that would give a date certain to the expansion of Medicaid in the states that have expanded it. The current draft doesn't end that until the end of 2019, and my amendment would end it at the end of this calendar year, the end of 2017. I also intend to offer an amendment to make sure that there is a date certain that the transition period back to the normal FMAP match occurs. Under the current draft, it's never definitively ended. My amendment would give a date certain of 2023. I plan to work very closely during the debate on all of the amendments. I look forward to a thoughtful markup and at the end of the process, moving the bill, I believe, to the Budget Committee. I'd be happy to yield the remaining 1 minute to anybody on the Republican side that wishes to use it. Seeing no hands, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Chair recognizes gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Castor, for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. This is a very disappointing place to start because this Republican bill will eliminate health coverage for millions of Americans. Plus, it takes this very radical turn against our neighbors that are in nursing home care, Alzheimer's patients, kids that rely on Medicaid for their health services. A large portion of this bill really is focused on eliminating their care and eliminating the support to states that is vital for so many of our neighbors. What's interesting with this bill, it's in stark contrast to what the Democrats did a few years ago. The House Republicans for about 7 years have promised to replace the Affordable Care Act with something better and cheaper. This bill does not do that. Speaker Paul Ryan promised the American people their replacement bill would go through a thorough and transparent legislative process. Well, we know that's not true either. This bill was released less than 48 hours ago without a bipartisan Congressional Budget Office score, so we don't know how much it's going to cost. Experts say it's going to add to the deficit. We don't know how many people are going to lose their insurance and how high the uninsured rate will go up in America because of this bill, because they didn't take the time to wait to see what that CBO score said. On the Today Show with Matt Lauer, right at the end of February, the speaker said, we're going through the committee process. We're going to do this step by step. We're having public hearings. We're having committees work on legislation. This is how the legislative process is designed. We're not hatching some bill in a back room and plopping it on the American people's front door. Well, that's not true. We had members of Congress, Democrat and Republican, at the end of last week searching the halls of the Capitol in back rooms for the bill. And they wouldn't produce it until Monday night. Less than a week later, the House Republicans are reneging on Speaker Ryan's pledge to introduce their replacement bill. Unlike the House Republicans, Democrats took the Affordable Care Act through an open and transparent process. Just a little reminder here, we held 79 bipartisan hearings on markups on the health insurance reform. House members back in the ACA days did 100 hours in hearings. We heard from 181 witnesses from both sides of the aisle. We considered 239 amendments, both Democratic and Republican, and accepted 121 amendments. The original House bill was posted online for 30 days before the first committee began their markup. And then there were more than 100 days before the tri-committees formally introduced their merged bill. House Democrats posted the first House bill online for the promised 72-hour review. This is important because this
Gentlelady's
affects all
time
Americans,
has expired.
all of our neighbors. They deserve a chance to weigh in, tell their stories.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those who know me know that I've got a long record of bipartisanship, especially when it comes to health care. I was proud to author with Representative DeGette legislation to speed up cures that passed this committee unanimously and was signed into law by President Obama. Sadly, the same bipartisan approach was not used in enacting Obamacare, and it shows. Premiums were promised to go down, but they increased by more than 16% just last year in Michigan. We passed a bill in 2013 that simply said if you like your health care plan, you can keep it on the House floor. That would have helped the nearly 5 million Americans who were kicked off their health plans under Obamacare. Most would agree that Obamacare is failing. Right now, Americans need results. Our families deserve access to quality health care, especially our most vulnerable and those with pre-existing conditions. You'll hear a lot of discussion today about Medicaid expansion. In Michigan, the number of folks enrolled exceeds 650,000. This bill ensures that the rug is not pulled out from underneath them. American people want and deserve a better way. I remain committed to working with all my colleagues to deliver bipartisan health care reform and relief for all.
Gentleman's
Yield back.
time's expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, I am in strong opposition to this devastatingly draconian and unabashedly evil bill that seeks to wreak havoc on the most vulnerable segment of our population, the working poor. First and foremost, Mr. Chairman, my opposition stems from the way that this bill has been brought to us today. This bill was produced in the entrails of a process that our constituents on both sides of the aisle have vocally and vehemently opposed. And I'm sure everyone on this committee is aware, Mr. Chairman, that just last week, Speaker Ryan on the Today Show stated that, quote, we're going through the committee process and we're having public hearings, end of quote. Mr. Chairman, what impact did the members of this committee have into this legislation? What hearings were held that allowed us and the public to learn about the impact of this bill? To answer to those questions, Mr. Chairman, is absolutely none. Instead, this bill was hatched in a back room, prevented from being read by all but a select few, and plopped on last night's dinner table for the American people to digest and to just live with.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Has been so hushed.
Gentleman, time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Murphy, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that we're moving forward on this. I know one of the concerns I heard so consistently from my constituents was that in some cases under the Affordable Care Act, they could afford the premiums they couldn't afford to get sick because the deductibles were so massive for them. Heard it time and time again, and this bill will fix that and make it affordable. The second thing, I intend to offer an amendment later today regarding mental health care. This committee worked long hours to work on the Helping Families with the Mental Health Crisis Act, which was put into the Cures Act, Mr. Upton's Cures Act. And parity is extremely important to all of us to make sure that mental health coverage remains intact. And I want to make sure that we do that in this bill and as we move forward, because we know when states coordinate care and integrate care between mental health and physical health coverage, that they actually provide better care, more compassionate care, and lower cost care. So I'll be offering that later. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
We appreciate that. Now recognizes my friend from California, Ms. Eshu, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very big day, and this is a very important undertaking. And Mr. Chairman, you're my friend, you're my colleague, but I'm disappointed in this process. It really doesn't reflect the way you have operated before. It hasn't been transparent. We have been noticed right within, within seconds of when it needs to be noticed. It's rushed. Members are squeezed in terms of their comments. So this is a lousy process in plain English. Now, we've heard a great deal about the advertising and the rhetoric. This is going to be for everyone. It's going to cost less, and people are going to get more. But this doesn't pass the test of what the advertising is. This bill actually reduces benefits. It increases costs.
The
Now, according
gentlelady's
to the
time
CEO,
has
and this
expired.
bill is not scored either. We're in such a rush. Our colleagues don't want to know what it costs. Is
The
it going to
gentlelady's
produce more
time has
deficits?
expired.
I'll have more to say about it. The last thing I want to say is all of the members are enrolled in Obamacare.
The
All of us.
gentlelady's time
And
has
if it's
expired.
good enough for us, it should be good enough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on what may well be the most important bill that I will have worked on in my congressional career. I have devoted my professional life to health care. I've devoted my time in public service to health policy. It is my highest priority to improve the state of health care in our nation, and to do so, we must put patients first, above politics, above partisanship. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, the Affordable Care Act is packed with Washington mandates and federal regulations. One of the biggest cost drivers is the one-size-fits-all Washington knows best approach, and I believe we are going to go far down the road of correcting that with this legislation today. Again, I would remind the committee that this is about people, helping people making tough decisions. The Affordable Care Act is nothing shy of a failed political and social experiment that ignored the need, the desire, and the will of individuals across this country. To those people, I simply say, we hear you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel, for 1 minute.
Well, as Ronald Reagan used to say, there you go again. If people that didn't like Obamacare, they're going to hate this. This is going to cost them more, give them less coverage, bad for Americans, terrible for seniors. People making between $25,000 and $75,000 are the ones who are really going to be terribly harmed. In my district, more than 100,000 people have gained coverage through the marketplace or the Medicaid expansion. This will all go away. You know, Republicans gave Americans less than 2 days to evaluate a bill that will radically restructure the Medicaid program, shift trillions of dollars onto states, forcing them to ration care and rip health coverage away from 30 million people. In short, the bill is a disgrace. We should have been working together to repair Obamacare. Any major bill that's passed like that needs to be tweaked when we see how it works. It was true of Medicare, Medicaid, the Civil Rights Acts of the 1960s. We could have worked together, but instead, what did we get? We removed Obamacare, which helped so many people. Yes, there were problems with it. This doesn't fix it. It makes it worse.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes the gentlelady, the Subcommittee Chair for Telecommunications, Ms. Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm appreciating this revisionist history that is going on about what was posted, what was passed, what was read, and we know what caused disruption. I want to thank Mr. Barton for the amendments that he will offer that will address concerns that some of us have. I applaud the efforts of this committee with the Patient and State Stability Fund programs. This is something that will give some needed flexibility to our states to allow them to address the needs that our constituents, their constituents have. We know that this legislation led to a law that is too expensive to afford and too expensive to use, and I appreciate our efforts to get it off the books and address the concerns of our constituents. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of time. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill has had no public hearings, no Congressional Budget Office cost estimates. It will have less health care coverage, more uninsured, fewer protections, higher cost, and that's what this bill will mean for millions of Americans. It will lead to millions losing health care, people paying more for less and rationing care. This plan makes a meaningful health care standard worse for millions of Americans. Under this plan, many Americans will be pushed into bad coverage that they can't afford to use, and millions more will become uninsured altogether. It's no way lives up to the rhetoric President Trump said that the Republican plan will mean coverage for everyone at much lower cost. Conservative leader Avik Roy went so far as to say expanding subsidies for high earners, cutting health coverage off from working poor. It sounds like a left-wing caricature of a mustache-twirling, top-hatted Republican fat cat. I agree with him. The repeal bill will not protect patients, will not save money, and will not help working families. Instead, it's a drastic, devastating step backward, and the only people who stand to benefit are the healthy and the wealthy. And I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back balance of his time. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, the whip of the House, Mr. Scalise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think let's first be clear why we're here. Obamacare has failed the American people. This is my original version of Obamacare. I had just gotten on the committee in 2009, sat way down there at the very end as a freshman on this committee when Obamacare came through, and we predicted when we read this bill the devastation that would occur. Why do you think families are experiencing double-digit price increases in their health care premiums every single year because of Obamacare? It's in the bill. We said it was going to happen. Families are facing over $10,000 deductibles in many cases because of the unworkable mandates and taxes in this bill. Families have been begging for relief from this law and saying, just give us freedom. Let us make our own health care choices. No unelected bureaucrat in Washington should be able to tell you what you can or can't buy in such an important personal decision. I applaud not only the chairman and our other colleagues here in the House, I applaud President Trump for working with us to bring forward a bill that's common sense, that lets patients be in charge of their health care decisions so we can lower costs and actually put them back in charge of this very personal decision. We need to pass this bill and get the president to sign it. I yield back.
Expired. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, even though the majority has refused to send this bill for a score to the CBO before we mark it up, Joe Antos from the American Enterprise Institute has estimated that 10 to 15 million people will lose their insurance because of this legislation, and a number of other think tanks have said the same. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Chairman. Who are those 10 to 15 million people? Is it Lori Dunkley, my high school classmate, who finally got insurance when she was age 56 of the Medicaid expansion? Is it the young woman who came to my listening session and said that finally, after years of mental illness, she was able to get treatment, and now she is in graduate school and she's going to have a great job? Is it your next door neighbor? Is it your health care provider? Who are these 10 to 15 million people who are going to lose health insurance? We should sit down together, just like we did on 21st Century Cures. We should come up with a bill that fixes Obamacare that we could pass unanimously, and then we could uphold the proud tradition of this committee.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for purposes of a 1-minute opening statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for holding this hearing today. And I think what the American people want and what we want to get done here today is to make sure that we have a patient-centered healthcare system. But as the gentleman, my colleague from Louisiana, mentioned, that we've seen that over time the Obamacare has not worked, and just by the numbers, 25% increase in premiums on most Americans this past year. 1/3 of the counties in this country only offer one insurer. 4.7 million Americans were kicked off their health care plans because of Obamacare. 18 failed Obamacare co-ops out of 23, costing the taxpayers about almost $2 billion. This has not worked, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you holding this markup today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back balance of his time. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For 7 years, you promised the American people you're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. And this is what you've come up with? This is a bad joke. No wonder you've been hiding this dog in a cave with an armed guard until Monday night. No wonder you're not holding hearings on this bill. No wonder you're rushing through this markup. No wonder you're going to try to vote it in 2 weeks. Today, Republicans give you survival of the fittest, starring health care for the healthy and wealthy. For the rest of Americans, you're going to pay more money, you're going to get less coverage. The American Enterprise Institute, 10 to 15 million people are going to lose their health care. And how do they pay for this dog? Over in the Ways and Means Committee, they're playing reverse Robin Hood. $600 billion in tax cuts for companies and rich people. Boy, they really are looking forward to getting that money. And you pay for this bill on the backs of the Medicaid expansion and Medicare recipients. It is disgraceful, and when people find out about this bill, you're going to wish you don't go anywhere near your hometown town hall
Gentleman's
meetings.
time has
You've been
expired.
ducking them, and wait till you go home and get a handful of this.
Time's expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance, for 1 minute for opening statement. He yields. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Olson. Yields. Mr. McKinley. Yield. Mr. Griffith. Yield. Who's after that? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Johnson?
Yield.
All right, Mr. Long. Mr. Mullen. Oh, no, wait, we got to come over here. Mr. Bouchon, right? Nope. Mr. Flores? Ms. Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize you for 1 minute for opening statement.
Today's markup's the beginning of an open and transparent process that will repeal Obamacare and rebuild our healthcare system so that Americans' healthcare coverage works better for them. Today, 45% of people paying the penalty for not buying insurance who have requested an exemption under the Obamacare individual mandate are under 35 years old. The individual mandate is bad policy and doesn't work. I've been hearing this from my constituents for years. Young, healthy people simply aren't buying insurance coverage, which is driving up costs and premiums for everyone who does. Our plan encourages people of all ages to enroll in a plan that's right for them and incentivizes them to stay covered, making that coverage more affordable for everyone. While making important reforms like this one, our plan also preserves important health care provisions, protecting coverage for people with pre-existing conditions, banning lifetime caps, keeping Medicare Part D donut hole, and allowing young adults under the age of 26 to remain on their parents' insurance plans. I look forward to our colleagues working to get this passed, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
As President Trump often says, bad, sad. Even if we could all agree that we need to make health care more affordable and accessible, this bill does the opposite. You pay more and you get less. The Republican repeal bill even gives huge tax breaks to the rich while taking away health coverage from millions and millions of Americans, drastically increasing the cost in health insurance, with the biggest increases for seniors and working families. It would radically change the Medicaid program, slashing funding and covering fewer people. The bill will force governors and state legislators to ration care. And who will they want to cut, or who will they cut? Children, the elderly, people with disabilities. In fact, our Republican Governor Bruce Rauner said that our state, Illinois, quote, won't do very well, unquote, if the Republican repeal bill becomes law. I oppose this bill because I believe that all Americans deserve access to Affordable Care Act. If we want to work together, let's fix Obamacare.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Mullen, for 1 minute.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Chair recognizes gentleman, Mr. Butterfield, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
One of the proudest days in American legislative history was the enactment of the Affordable Care Act. It put in place a way for every American citizen to obtain affordable health care coverage. The law provides subsidies for those low and middle income Americans to assist with the purchase of insurance. It took insurance companies out of the equations. It prevents insurance companies from denying coverage. It provided for expanding Medicaid to allow those low-income, childless adults to obtain coverage through the Medicaid program, and we agreed to pay 90% of the cost. You have tried and failed on more than 50 occasions to repeal this law. Now you have a president who is willing to join you in your repeal efforts. You want to eliminate subsidies, and you want to replace them simply with a $2,000 tax credit that taxpayers will receive on their taxes. Millions of Americans don't have the money to pay for insurance without assistance. You must know that. You have the numbers here in this House to pass this legislation, but you must, as Mr. Doyle said a minute ago, you must understand the political consequences when you take 20 million people and take their insurance away from them.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes, I guess, next the gentleman from New York, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Chair would now recognize the gentlelady from California, my friend Ms. Matsui, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6 years ago, we carefully crafted a plan that has provided access to care for over 20 million people. Today, you are taking all of that away. This so-called plan will do nothing but ration care and drive up costs for hard-working families across this country. Hundreds of people in my district have filled my town halls, called my office, and written me about how they rely on the ACA's benefits. People like Kate Washington, who came to my town hall in Sacramento and described her husband's battle with cancer. She spoke about the importance of removing lifetime caps on coverage included in the ACA. This is personal for Kate, it's personal for all of my constituents, it's personal for me. Democrats are not going to stand for this plan to slash funding for long-term care, substance abuse, and preventive services. We'll not engage in this effort to raise out-of-pocket costs for seniors, reverse the progress we have made on mental health reform, and put Medicare at risk. We are united in our determination to stop this attempt to ration care for the most vulnerable in our communities. There is so much on the line today for so many, and Republicans are ignoring what's at stake.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Kramer. Gentleman reserves his time. Mr. Sarbanes, you're recognized for 1 minute, 1 minute for purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make no mistake, this proposal will effectively destroy the health insurance exchanges, which have made a difference for millions of Americans across the country. It downgrades the credits that are available in the exchanges and eliminates other supports that offer relief from deductibles and copays. The bottom line is the cost of purchasing health care in the exchanges will go up for many people, particularly for older Americans, those who are approaching Medicare but are not yet eligible, who are trying to get coverage. This will effectively destroy the Medicaid program. It takes money away from the Medicaid program, which serves millions of hardworking Americans, people with disabilities, seniors, and nursing homes, while giving a huge tax break to wealthy Americans, pharmaceutical companies, and the health insurance industry. This proposal, the GOP proposal, sends us back to the days where millions of people are left out of the health care system and turn to hospital emergency rooms to get their care, driving the cost of premiums up for everyone else. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we work to improve the Medicaid program, it is necessary that we maintain the existing state-federal partnership. A key piece of the reforms we are considering today is providing states with the flexibility to administer their individual programs. That includes the ability for states to innovate and implement initiatives within federal Medicaid guidelines. Flexibility is critical because many states have implemented programs, such as California's hospital financing program, to supplement state Medicaid funds. It is encouraging that nothing in this legislation limits that state flexibility to administer such programs. Reforming the existing Medicaid program is critical. Without reform, we cannot ensure quality to our most vulnerable populations while safeguarding the long-term solvency of this essential program. An improved state-federal partnership that expands state flexibility is just one of the ways we can achieve that goal. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney, for a 1 minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Republican plan is trying to do health care on the cheap. The bottom line is that if you are a family living paycheck to paycheck, you have a lot to be afraid of. You will either pay more for less coverage or you will lose coverage altogether. In the 3 counties of my district, 263,000 people gained coverage with the Affordable Care Act. All of them are at risk. In San Joaquin County, 4,000 people's jobs will be lost if the ACA is repealed like this. The Republican plan enhances health savings accounts, but how does that help people that live paycheck to paycheck? States will get less funding for Medicaid and will throw people off coverage or provide less coverage. This plan is especially hurtful to seniors with a double whammy. They'll have higher premiums or tax credit reductions. So why are we doing this? This is a charge of the Light Brigade. Your members will get hurt, and this bill has no chance of passage. Mr. Chairman, withdraw this message bill and work with us to improve the Affordable Care Act.
Gentleman's
back.
time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Costello, for an opening statement.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that this bill has just appeared yesterday and that it was being hidden. Was it really being hidden from Democrats in America, or was it being hidden from your Freedom Caucus? They say that this bill is a phony repeal of Obamacare. And you want to know something? They're right, because there is a lot of plagiarism in this bill. The insurance reforms that all of you voted against, you're now bragging you're keeping. The subsidies that you say are horrible, you have changed from a direct subsidy that actually provided meaningful access to health care to on-the-cheap tax credits that don't do the job. But that's an entitlement that you say you're against. The mandate, you've decried the mandate, but what you've done is imposed a 30% penalty, and the revenues don't go to the health care program, the revenues go to the insurance companies. What is going on here?
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're taking the first step to fixing our healthcare system that is failing for millions of Americans. After watching promise after promise broken, it is clear that a top-down, one-size-fits-all model for healthcare has provided us with little choice and a wealth of mandates. Our plan recognizes that people deserve patient-centered care, not more bureaucracy. You should have the freedom and the flexibility to choose the care that's best for you. Insurers should compete for your business and treat you fairly no matter what. And at every step, patients should be in the driver's seat. We're taking steps in our plan to strengthen the healthcare market by loosening Obamacare's age rating ratio, which is used to adjust premium amounts according to an individual's age. This unrealistic regulation has filled insurance pools with older, less healthy individuals while driving younger and healthier individuals from the insurance market, driving the cost of healthcare up for everyone. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility not to sit idly by, but to take the necessary steps to repair our healthcare system, and I yield back, Mr.
Time has expired. Chair recognizes the chairman of the DCC, my friend from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's bill should be about real people, real families living check to check, real parents trying to care for their sick kids. But that's not the bill before us today, not even close. This legislation begs two questions from my friends across the aisle. Have they forgotten these real hardworking people, or are they intentionally ignoring them? Because this bill pits sick children against aging grandparents, and it turns its back on families living check to check. The bill literally charges the disabled, senior citizens, women, and children more, then gives tax breaks to the very wealthy and to insurance companies. As Mr. Spiro wrote, it's Republicans who are rushing to jam through their legislation to repeal the law in a highly secretive process. Speaker Ryan said, we're not hatching some bill in a back room and plopping it on the American people's front door. I'll say just check Rand Paul's Twitter feeds. This is what Mr. Spiro also wrote. Republicans are making their members walk the plank with blindfolds on because they have no other choice. I hope my colleagues ask the tough questions that their constituents are demanding, because this is the time to ask those questions. We cannot go home to our people that entrusted us without any answers.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's a great day for America. Today's about Sandra from Stanley County, North Carolina, whose deductible increased from $200 a month before Obamacare to over $3,000 a month. She told me that she actually some months has to decide between going to the doctor and buying groceries. It's about Kevin from Cabarrus County, North Carolina, whose insurance premiums rose from $110 a month to $730 a month, a 700% increase, with a deductible of $7,600. That means he's got to pay $16,000 out of pocket before he even accesses health care. This is about Colleen, a small business owner who started a business in her garage, now has 30 employees. After the Affordable Care Act passed, she got a letter saying her insurance company was dropping their coverage. They were saying, no thanks. This is about real people out there who are being hurt. And today, we begin the process of bringing them relief, of putting them in control so that they can decide what kind of health care they want, and they can get it at a price they can afford. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you on this.
Gentlemen.
It's not a perfect bill, but it's the right direction. Thank you.
Gentlemen, time has expired. I appreciate gentlemen's comments. We'll now go to Mr. Tonko. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had prepared a longer, more detailed opening statement, but in yet another breach of this committee's tradition and protocols that are quickly becoming the norm, I was informed that members would only be allowed 1 minute to speak. This is clearly an attempt to silence us. Our voices and the voices of the American people, however, will not be silenced. With the brief time that I do have, let me just say that the Republican repeal plan before us is a tax cut bill dressed up as a health care bill. Nothing in this bill will lower out-of-pocket health care costs for families or address outrageous prescription drug prices. Nothing in this bill will make Americans healthier or more financially secure. Most egregiously, this bill will rip health care away from millions of currently insured Americans in a cynical ploy to deliver tax cuts to the super rich. I oppose this bill, and I will fight it with every fiber of my being and with all the energy I have because, unlike some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I did not get elected to take health care away from my constituents.
Gentleman's time has
I yield
expired.
back.
Chair recognizes Gentlelady Ms. Clark for a minute for opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa for an opening statement.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Chairman recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader, for an opening statement. Gentleman recognizes Mr. Kennedy. Reserves. Where do we go next? The gentleman from California, I guess, is next. I'm just trying to figure out the flow here.
Mr. Chairman, I
Recognized for
reserve.
1 minute. Reserves. Gentleman recognized another gentleman from California, Ms. Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I became a doctor to help struggling families get the care they need when they need it most. Healthcare providers like me want nothing more than for patients to have adequate health coverage so they can have the access to care that they need, preventative, primary, follow-up services, you name it. But just because coverage is offered, if people can't afford it, what good will it do? Affordability equals access. In my years in medicine, I've never met a patient who didn't have coverage because they didn't want it. They didn't have coverage because they couldn't afford it. So I am deeply concerned that this bill will make premiums and other healthcare costs unaffordable for working families and seniors, and they will lose their insurance and care. At a time when far too many Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, this bill will impose harsh penalties, call it a sick tax for patients for an entire year if, for no fault of their own, lost their job and lost their insurance. It will drastically increase premiums for seniors because they will have to pay 5 times more coverage than young adults. This bill is unacceptable. This will make healthcare more costly for families, for seniors, and they will get less in
Gentleman's
return.
time has expired. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Harper, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Who's next on your side? Mr. Peters for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't here for the fight over Obamacare, but I came to this committee this year antsy to be part of a constructive effort to continue to improve the healthcare system. And there were a lot of great things in the Affordable Care Act, which apparently the majority agrees because they are trying to preserve or recreate many of them. In some places, like my district, where so many get insurance through their employer or through the covered California exchange, it's working pretty well. And in fact, in my district, the uninsured rate has dropped from 9.4% to 5.4% since the ACA was passed. But we know that in other markets, they're lacking competition and consumers are faced with fewer options. And I acknowledge that these are challenges that need to be addressed, but I also recognize that clearly there's no interest from the majority in a bipartisan solution to fix them. Instead, we have a proposal that would damage these markets even further and shift more costs onto working families. The majority gave up on getting any of our votes before they even began writing their bill, and that's a shame because we can do better. We have to do better, and I hope whether this bill dies on the floor of the House or the door to the Senate that we will do better than this.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there any members on the majority side that would like to seek recognition? Seeing none, Chair recognizes now the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing but respect for my colleagues on the other side, but respectfully have huge differences today. Our job is to represent the working men and women and their families of our district and to fight to protect them. As been said several times, pure and simply, this bill is less coverage, fewer protections, and higher costs. I wasn't in Congress when we passed the Affordable Care Act, but I know someone who was intimately involved in the process. In fact, we're in a room that bears his name. This was his life's work, and I can tell you that on behalf of John Dingell, President Ted Kennedy should have been, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the generations of other leaders who fought for the right of every American for a quality, affordable health care, we cannot let you take health care away from people who need it most, and we will not go down without a fight.
Thank you, Jeb.
I yield back the rest of my time.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of time. Are there any members on the majority side seeking recognition? Seeing none. Any on the Democratic side seeking recognition for an opening statement? Seeing, is that a yes now? Okay. Gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Loebsack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we are considering a bill that will rip quality care from Iowans. This legislation works to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which has helped Iowans get back on their feet and has provided quality health care to thousands of Iowa families. Under the Affordable Care Act, 255,000 uninsured Iowans gained expanded health insurance options both through Medicaid and private health plans within the marketplace. Additionally, hundreds of thousands of Iowans have gained coverage for affordable preventative health care services. Rather than improving our nation's health care, today's legislation would move us backwards, stripping Iowans of important health care services and covering fewer people at higher costs. Since the debate about how to improve our nation's health care system began, my number one priority has been to ensure all Iowans and Americans have access to quality, affordable care. This legislation undermines that goal. Make no mistake about it. Today, the health care of my constituents, Iowans, and Americans is at risk, and that is something that I will not stand for, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Okay, let's go through the list here. Ms. Clark for 1 minute for opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm against the sham reverse Robin Hood take from the poor, give to the rich American Health Care Act. The Republicans would like to paint a rosy utopian picture of life prior to the Affordable Care Act. That's fake news, as Donald Trump would say. Well, let me remind you of how it really was prior to the Affordable Care Act. Prior to the ACA, in the United States, one of the wealthiest nations in the world, we had nearly 47 million Americans who lacked health insurance. Additionally, a study by the Department of Health and Human Services found that 17.1 million Americans under the age of 65 were underinsured, of which 9.3 million had employer-based insurance. Tragically, people in these situations often had to go without vital health care simply because they couldn't afford it. However, after the passage of ACA, only 8.6% of Americans, about 27.3 million people, are uninsured. The first time in history that the nation's uninsured rate fell below 9%. The American Health Care Act puts all these positive gains at risk. We can't afford to go back to pre-ACA days. Healthcare is a fundamental human right and not a commodity, not an iPhone as the Republicans are treating it. Highly reckless and extremely irresponsible. We have a responsibility to our citizens.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Other members seeking recognition. Mr. Schrader for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Affordable Care Act is responsible for 20 million Americans getting health care and hundreds of thousands of Oregonians. It's begun to bend the cost curve in health care spending, putting us on a path to sustainability and reducing our deficit, and making sure the Medicare Trust Fund is solvent for many years to come. I'm disappointed to be here today as the Republicans try and repeal this great act. We're marking the bill up without any input from the Congressional Budget Office, risk falling back on the progress we've made to reduce the deficit and ensure seniors, children, and disabled have access to health care. The bill we're considering also rolls back a lot of the progress we've made in my home state of Oregon to bring down costs and improve outcomes without cutting reimbursement. Perhaps worst of all, the bill in front of us today rolled back a lot of successes we've had while failing to fix the problems that need help. Rather than reduce premiums, it has the potential to increase them as much as 30%. We need to do better.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair, any members on the Republican side seeking recognition? Seeing none, Chair recognizes gentleman, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I was struck last night by a comment that I heard made by Speaker Ryan, where he called this repeal bill, quote, an act of mercy. With all due respect to our Speaker, he and I must have read different scripture. The one that I read calls on us to feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, to shelter the homeless, and to comfort the sick. It reminds us that we are judged not by how we treat the powerful, but by how we care for the least among us. Mercy. Defined in purely secular terms, it's compassionate treatment for those in distress. It's kindness, and it is grace. There is no mercy in a system that makes healthcare a luxury. There's no mercy in a country that turns their back on those most in need of protection, the elderly, the poor, the sick, and the suffering. There's no mercy in a cold shoulder to the mentally ill. There's no mercy in a policy that takes for granted the sweat, the tears, and the sacrifice of working Americans that they shed every day so that they might care for their family's basic needs, food, shelter, health, and hope for tomorrow. There's no mercy for the 2.6 million people who will lose their job if Obamacare is repealed. This is not an act of mercy.
Chair now recognizes the
malice.
gentlelady from Washington State, the conference chairman of the Republicans, Ms. Catherine Morris Rogers, for 1 minute for an opening
Thank you, Mr.
statement.
Chairman. We're on a rescue mission. Obamacare, though well-intentioned, has failed. It's failed in its goals, and it has failed in its promises. People in Eastern Washington are paying more and more for health care. Millions of Americans have lost their health care plans. Millions of Americans can no longer access the doctor of their choice. Medicaid, a very important safety net, is plagued with access problems, poor quality of health, unsustainable funding. And this has been going on for years. And yet Obamacare forced about 50% of the newly insured people into Medicaid nationwide. It was over 80% in Washington state. This jeopardizes this important safety net for the people who need it the most, the poor, the elderly, children, people with disabilities. I recognize many individuals with disabilities rely on Medicaid for their health care, and I am committed to ensuring that they have access to care at home and in the community moving forward. Everyone should have access to quality, affordable health care coverage, and that's why we're moving forward with a plan that protects individuals with pre-existing conditions, responsibly unwinds the Medicaid expansion, and helps Americans afford health insurance through advanceable tax credits.
Time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition? The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute for purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republicans are cheating hardworking Americans. Their plan will force middle-class families to pay more for less. It takes away health care protections to up to 129 million Americans with pre-existing conditions, and it means seniors will pay up to $2,000 to $3,000 more every year. What's more, this bill lines the pockets of insurance companies. If you have any lapse in coverage, insurance companies have to charge you up to 30% more for the care that you used to get. To add insult to injury, this bill gives a tax break to CEOs of those insurance companies. That's what I call the keep quiet clause. Middle-class families get screwed under this bill. We know that this bill will raise our national deficit and hurt our economy, but we can't tell you exactly by how much because the Congressional Budget Office hasn't had the opportunity to give us that score. Myself and the rest of the members of the committee, your elected representatives, were not allowed to see the bill until 2 days ago. When the Affordable Care Act was passed in 2010, the House alone had 79 public hearings. The bottom line is this: the Republican plan is doing all that it can to kick you to the curb and take away your health care. I yield back.
With that, the gentleman's time's expired. Are there other members seeking recognition who have not been recognized? At that point, then,
Mr. Chairman,
the chair calls up the
Mr.
committee
Chairman,
print. I'll
before-
get to you in just a second. The chair calls up the committee print and asks the clerk to report.
Mr. Chairman, I would like
The
to...
chair calls up the committee print. Just a moment, I'll get to you. And asks the committee print, the clerk to report.
Committee print, budget
Mr.
reconciliation,
Chairman.
legislative recommendations relating to repeal and replace of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the committee print dispensed with. The committee will print will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. With that, I'd recognize the gentleman from New Jersey.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into some parliamentary inquiries about the process today. I think it'll make it easier for us if you can answer certain questions pursuant to a colloquy with me.
Happy to have that discussion.
First of all, with regard to the schedule, Should we be prepared to work late into evening each markup day, or do you plan to complete debate at a certain time and then move to the next?
It appears, based on the fact there are no amendments available for consideration, that we should be done fairly soon.
And what does that mean? What are you referencing now?
Well, I don't, no amendments have been filed or shared with the.
We have many amendments, Mr. Chairman.
None of them, just a moment, please. None of them, we're in a colloquy here. We have received no amendments. None have been filed. We look forward to seeing your amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
So
I
I
don't
can't
understand what you're
predict-
talking about. There are numerous amendments on behalf of the Democrats and the minority.
We have no amendments at the table. There are no amendments have been filed. It's hard for me to consider how long we're going to be here till we know what your amendments
Well,
are.
okay, if that's
Can you
not,
tell me, let me ask you a question. How many amendments do you plan to offer?
I think we have about 100 amendments.
100 amendments. We've not seen any of them.
Well, we
When
will
could
certainly,
we anticipate seeing
we will
your
certainly
gentlemen's
provide you with those amendments.
When will we see those?
My understanding is that they're available.
They're available now?
They're
We have
certainly-
not,
They'll be provided within the customary 2-hour limit.
all right. Well, we're kind of there with the bill.
Well, I don't think so, but anyway, obviously,
No,
you're not going to
actually,
answer.
the bill is before
You're
it.
not going to answer the questions about the schedule. I'm trying to get some handle here. If you just want to be, try to jam this thing through and not talk about the schedule, that's fine. I can play that game too. No questions, no answers about the schedule, correct?
No, that's not what
All right,
I
I simply asked a question.
Gentlemen, please suspend. I can't comment on how long we're going to be here till I know how many amendments we're going to consider.
All right,
You've
then
told
let's-
me now for the first time you may have 100 amendments. That tells us we're going to be here long. I don't know how long people are going to debate those amendments.
Let's go to the
Well,
next
Let me
set.
finish. Happy to give you guidance once I know what you're planning on.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Is it not the rule of the committee that amendments have to be made available 2 hours before the markup begins?
2 hours
It is
before
the-
the
I'll-
amendments are
if-
considered.
If I could, since I'm actually have the gavel, it's the policy of the committee that they be considered 2 hours in advance. That's been the tradition of the committee, as you know as a chairman, I believe Mr. Upton knows. Generally, to be able to give more thoughtful consideration, the sooner they're filed, the better, so our staffs can review them, members can review them.
Okay, further parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Since it's the policy of the committee that amendments be made available 2 hours before the markup begins, and since this markup began at approximately 10:30, should not those amendments that the minority wishes to offer have been already made available in order to be considered?
My understanding is
If I
it's
could
2
answer-
hours before the amendments are considered.
If the gentleman would suspend, it is the normal policy that they'd be provided ahead of time, 2 hours in advance. That makes it all work better for all members on both sides to be able to look at amendments. We look forward to the minority placing their amendments in front of us and filing, but it's pretty hard for me to figure out how long we're going to be here until I know how many amendments we're going to have.
All right, let's move on.
Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
That the amendment should be made available 2 hours before the markup.
2 hours before
And they
they're
have
considered.
not been-
Gentlemen, suspend.
And they have not been made available regular order and considered.
There's no
in the-
regular order here. The regular order ended.
Gentlemen will suspend. We look forward to getting your amendments and moving through on regular order. Now, I'd recognize the gentleman from New Jersey. Do you have another question?
Yes, I do. My understanding, based on what you told us before the committee markup, was that amendments on any section were going to be in order at any time.
Well,
Now, I'm
if I-
told that there's now you want to move to a process where we go section by section. That is not what we were told beforehand, and I intend to proceed with having amendments open at any time on any section rather than moving section by section. So let me ask again. Is that the case? My understanding was beforehand that you
If I
were not
could-
going to move section by section.
Well, that's not what we shared with your staff yesterday, was our preference to follow the same procedures that have been followed before, including by Mr. Waxman, former chairman of this committee, to go, and during the ACA markup, to go subtitle by subtitle. It is still open for amendment at any time. If you don't want to proceed that way, we'll recognize the amendments. It just makes it more a thoughtful approach to go subtitle by subtitle. It's easier on both staffs to work through the amendments. If it's a Medicaid amendment, we're happy to go through the amendments. We'll be here till we finish the amendments. This was simply a way to make it more organized for the committee members and for our staff to be able to work through them, especially since we still don't have your 100 amendments.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was told that your staff indicated to us that we were going to be open to amendment on any section at any time. We were not moving section by section. Regardless of that, we do not intend to move section by section. We're going to offer amendments on any topic as we proceed, not section by section.
Then we'll move on. The chair recognizes himself for purposes of offering an amendment.
I have some additional questions which I think would make things go easier again.
Really?
If we could go through them, yes.
Now, look forward to that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, about rolling of votes. You know that when we had our initial organizing meeting, I was very much opposed to the idea of rolling votes. You expressed the fact that you were not going to try to roll votes in most circumstances. Today, in particular, because we have such an important bill, because we are all here and we're going to debate amendments as we go along, I see no reason to roll votes. So I would ask that we not move to a process of rolling the votes, but rather proceed amendment by amendment with the discussion and not roll votes, because it's important that members be here for the entire debate. So I issue that question. I would ask that we not roll votes.
Well, that it always resides with the chair to make that decision, but as I've said, I will consult with you on those matters for the convenience of members, but we intend to move forward amendment by amendment, vote by vote.
All right, I appreciate that. Now, my last question is about the actual vehicle before us. My question is what we're considering today a bill, a committee draft? What exactly is it that we're considering?
It is a committee print.
Okay. So does that mean that in terms of the procedural pathway, that once this committee print has been amended and the markup proceeding has concluded, will that then be reintroduced in some form as a bill? Will it be introduced as a bill once we finish? Will it be reported out of our committee?
As the gentleman probably knows, what we do here is forwarded up to the Budget Committee. This is the reconciliation process. I know in the past, under the Democrats, this process was skipped at some point, and everything just was done up at Budget Committee. We're actually going through regular order to take amendments, to go through a committee print, and then we will submit our product to the Budget Committee.
All right,
There it goes to the Rules Committee, and the Rules Committee will report a bill to the floor.
All right, so let me go back to that again. What you're saying is because of a reconciliation process, and alleged regular order, again, I would point out that we're not doing regular order because we didn't have a hearing and a subcommittee markup. But if you're saying that this is the reconciliation process, I don't understand how you can make that statement, because the fact of the matter is that much of what's in this committee print is not in the nature of reconciliation. I mean, a lot of this is what we call birdable, which means it would have to be significantly changed before the Senate could take it up as a reconciliation bill.
Yield. Questions of Senate are of the Senate's decision-making, not ours. We are not bound by the rules of the Senate. We are the United States House of Representatives. We are the Energy and Commerce Committee. We will do our job in regular order as we have under our rules with due consideration.
All right, so what you're saying then is that even though this is a committee print and not a bill, and therefore is going to go through the reconciliation process, you have gone beyond the reconciliation process in terms of the subject matter, going into things that could not be part of the reconciliation process.
That is not the case. That is not the case. I'm not saying that. I don't believe that
No,
to be
I
the
understand,
case.
but Mr. Chairman,
If you'll let me finish.
Yes.
I'm not saying that. I don't believe that to be the case. This was within our procedures of reconciliation. As I say, the Senate has different procedures. We don't even have the option to have the Senate parliamentarians come tell us what we want. And by the way, I don't want the Senate parliamentarians telling us what we can or cannot do. Now, if we could proceed.
Well, let me just ask one more question.
This was your last question.
Well,
Go ahead.
except that you made the point that made me think about one other problem here. Why, if you're going through the reconciliation process, or if you're going to go beyond it in terms of the Senate, I know you're not worried about the Senate, I don't quite understand that. Why is it that we're going through this procedure as opposed to just doing a regular bill? It seemed to me
Because this is the reconciliation process. This is open to us. We have instructions to the Budget Committee. So I appreciate the gentleman. We're going to move forward. The chair recognizes him. Service.
We have a question from the gentleman from New Mexico.
Excuse me. If you would suspend, we're going to move forward with the regular order. The chair recognizes. The chair is not recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
anyone
I have a
else.
motion before we go through the amendment
No,
process.
that is not how this is going to work. The chair recognizes
Chairman, I
himself
have
for
a
the
motion.
purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a
Mr.
substitute.
Chairman,
The
I
clerk
have a
will report
parliamentary
inquiry, Chair.
The clerk will report the
No,
amendment.
Mr. Chairman, a
Amendment to
parliamentary
the committee
inquiry.
grant offered by
Gentlemen
Mr.
will
Walden.
suspend. The clerk will report the amendment.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Amendment to the committee grant
So
offered
you're
by
not inquiry, Mr.
Title
Chairman? I
I,
will-
Energy and Commerce,
I have
Subtitle
a
A,
parliamentary
Patient Access
inquiry,
to
Mr.
Public
Chairman.
and Health Programs.
Mr. Chairman.
Ask unanimous
101.
consent to suspend without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
I object.
Mr. Chairman, I am not, I'm simply asking for recognition with regard to a parliamentary inquiry. If
we're
you're not
trying-
going to recognize
I
that,
didn't
I don't know how you're going
say-
to proceed.
Mr. Pallone, I didn't say I wouldn't recognize you. I'm trying to follow regular order. We were trying to dispense with that. Then I will recognize you now for your parliamentary
Mr. Chairman, I
inquiry.
objected to the suspension that you were just going through, and that was the subject of my parliamentary inquiry. So I object to proceeding
So
forward.
you're asking, which one of you wants to go first with your
All right,
parliamentary
Mr. Chairman,
inquiry?
let me ask a parliamentary inquiry. What is it that you just tried to do there with the clerk in terms of suspension?
We are on the, this is, I'm surprised you don't know this. This is the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
All right, before we get to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, I have a
We're actually,
parliamentary-
if I could correct you, we're actually on the amendment in the nature of a
I
substitute.
objected, though, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, then let's
So go ahead.
He was not recognized, Mr. Chairman.
We don't have to be recognized to object, Mr. Chairman.
No,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
the
You do have to
chairman,
be
the
in
chairman
order.
has
The
the
gentleman-
power of recognition.
Yeah, gentlemen, we'll get through this. Let's just all settle down here. So what's your parliamentary inquiry?
My parliamentary inquiry is as such, and first of all, let me say this, Mr. Chairman.
You must state your parliamentary
You
inquiry.
have stated over and over again, from the very first day when we began the organization of this
Does the
committee.
gentleman have a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, I would like to propose a motion to postpone the markup for 30 days.
That's not a, you're.
Well, the
you're
point is-
Gentlemen will suspend. I recognize you for a parliamentary inquiry.
The problem
What
that
is your inquiry?
my concern here, Mr. Chairman.
What is your inquiry?
My
please?
inquiry is, why is it that after repeatedly saying for the last few months,
Please state your inquiry.
my inquiry is, again, if I can state it, if you'll let me state it, is that after the last 2 months of repeatedly saying we were going to use regular order, that we were not going to try to jam things down, the members of this
Gentlemen have a
committee.
parliamentary inquiry.
Now you are proceeding to do exactly that, okay?
So what's your inquiry?
I said to you that I would like to make a motion to postpone the markup for 30 days. I don't understand why that is not in order at this time. It should be in order.
Do you have a motion at the desk?
Yes, the motion is to postpone the markup for 30 days. That's motion number 1.
I move to table the motion, if it
Well,
really is a motion.
Do we have it? Where is it? Can your staff provide it for us?
Yes.
When did we receive it? You
We
don't
received
know?
the motion 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
Don't we have to consider it for 2 hours before you?
No, I'm not on a motion.
Motion to postpone markup for 30 days offered by Rep. Pallone.
I do move to table the motion, Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor
No,
of tabling the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I think we should be able to have some debate on this motion. Again, what's the rush? You said.
Mr. Pallone, I know you don't,
That's not
the question, let me rule on this, please. A motion to table is not debatable under our rules, and I know you care deeply about following our rules.
Mr. Chairman,
So,
again,
then the
same
question
thing.
now occurs on the motion to table. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
We ask for the ayes and nays, Mr.
The ayes
Chairman.
appear to have it. The motion is
The ayes-
tabled. I'm getting there. That we will ask for a roll call vote on the motion to table. All those in favor of tabling vote aye. Those opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes aye. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mrs. Walters. Mrs. Walters votes aye. Mr. Costello.
Objecting to the
Mr.
suspension.
Costello votes aye.
I was
Mr.
trying to do it
Carter.
on the previous one, and they didn't recognize me.
Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Chairman, you were trying to rush this bill. You are not allowing for debate. And if this process continues all day long, it's going to be a very unfortunate circumstance here. We're going to be here all night for several days. I vote no.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, I fully concur with our ranking member's position. I think that for you to keep talking about regular order when you are certainly out of order, I vote.
Let me just say for members, the regular order during a roll call is not to have a debate on your vote.
Mr. Chairman,
So we will hold a regular
here you go
order.
again, talking about regular order, when regular order is not what you are exercising this morning.
Gentlemen's
You haven't
out of order.
exercised as of yet.
Clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo. No. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green.
No.
Mr. Green votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Loebsack.
No.
Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader. No. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas. No. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
No.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes no. Chairman Upton. Chairman Walden.
Swing and a miss. Fred's back. Walden votes yes on table. Are there other members who wish to be recorded? The gentlelady from Washington votes aye.
Rogers votes aye.
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Aye. Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Are there members on the minority side that have not been recorded? Are there other members who have not been recorded? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 ayes and 22 noes.
30 ayes, 22 noes. The motion carries and the tabling motion
Mr.
is
Chairman?
approved. Yes, gentleman from New Mexico is
On
recognized.
two
For what
points.
purpose does he seek recognition?
The first point, Mr. Chairman, is I had objected to the dispensing of the reading.
I thought you were asking for a parliamentary inquiry.
In
and there
addition
were-
to objecting to the dispensing of the reading, I was also asking for a parliamentary inquiry because I was attempting to be recognized during your first request of dispensing of the reading, and I wasn't recognized, so I thought I would break decorum and just blurt it out the second time. My parliamentary inquiry is what's the proper way to be recognized to object when the chairman is asking for whether there's an objection to a ruling?
For what, so you asked for what reason you're seeking recognition.
So,
It
Mr.
was, if the gentleman suspend, it was a little difficult to hear your objection over Mr. Pallone's discussion at the same time. That's why I'm trying to keep regular order here so that we can be in a regular process and recognize members in regular order. And that's why I was trying to have one at a time and manage this. So the gentleman have a parliamentary inquiry?
Mr. Chairman, my question is there a ruling from the chair on my objection to the dispensing of the reading?
It came late.
It did not, Mr. Chairman. Roll the tapes. I mean, are we at the Oscars here? Can you put something up there for us?
Gentleman will suspend. Really, the chair is, the gentleman did object to the reading, dispensing with the reading of the bill. But this is why it's important and why I will continue to try to get regular order, because it was difficult to hear the gentleman down there when I had my friend here also concerned about things. So that's why, for everybody's benefit and regular order, I will keep regular order so nobody's discriminated against. So is the gentleman objecting to the dispensing with the reading of the bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that was my objection.
All right. Then the clerk will read the bill. Members need to know. This will take a couple of hours, which is fine. We're happy to do that. It would be helpful to the regular order process if the gentlemen, gentleladies on either side of the aisle have amendments. We would ask that you would have the courtesy to file those amendments so we can all get due consideration of the various amendments.
Mr.
I'm told
Chairman?
you have 100 amendments or so by the Democrat leader.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
parliamentary inquiry, is it possible to have a vote to suspend reading of the bill?
It
that
is
in
not.
order or not? Okay.
And, Mr. Chairman, a parliamentary inquiry?
Gentleman's recognized.
Going forward, what's the proper way to be recognized if the chairman is asking if there is an objection so that we can avoid having to yell and break decorum in
I wish I could help you with that. I was trying to get order here so that I could hear other members that are down dais. I was having trouble getting that.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
And so we are on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. We're delighted to share it and read it. As you know, it's been online since 6 o'clock on Monday. The clerk, or
Mr.
10
Chairman.
o'clock yesterday.
Mr. Chairman,
10 o'clock yesterday. We're on the, just a sec, we are on the, I want to make sure I've got this right. We're on the reading of the amendment, the substitute. That's what we're on. That's what the gentleman objected to dispensing with the reading of. So we will proceed. The clerk shall read. Let me recognize my friend from Oregon. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I had a motion at the desk on this particular nature of substitute.
Yeah, I don't think we can get to that now until we read the bill.
All right.
We have to read it first. So the clerk will read the,
Mr. Chairman, could I ask one more sincere parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, sir.
At what point does this 2-hour clock start on amendments needing to be presented so they can be considered? In other words,
in advance of consideration.
in advance of consideration.
That
So
has been the
if a member wishes to offer an amendment, at some point today, they need to have them at the desk 2 hours before they're going to be offered. Is that correct?
That is the chairman's policy.
Thank you, sir.
The clerk will now read the bill, the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman. Inquiry.
Yes?
With regard to what Mr. Barton said. My understanding is that the 2 hours is a courtesy, and we're going to abide by that. But that doesn't mean that we're going to give, that if someone wants to offer an amendment a little later in the process today, that they can.
Well, I assume you're going to have rolling groups of amendments come our way. We've been told to expect to be here through the weekend.
Exactly.
And that you have hundreds of amendments, not 100 or so.
Well, I
the
just want to make
sooner-
sure that the answer to Mr. Barton's question wasn't that every amendment has to be given to you now. That is not the case. And I want everyone to understand that.
Yeah, as chairman, I do have some discretion in these matters in terms of giving priority to amendments. Again, to improve the thoughtfulness of our legislative process, it would be helpful that you all make your amendments available, unless there's some reason not to. It just helps the overall process, it helps the staff, and it makes it go better, and people make more informed decisions. So I don't know why you would hide the ball. I'm not accusing you
We're not
of
trying to
that.
hide anything, even though you have hidden a lot. But the bottom line
Okay,
is,
we're gonna go
try to
back
get
to
those
reading
amendments
the-
now,
Thank
but
you.
they're not all going to be available right now.
Okay, we'll see them when we see them then. And we'll go now to the reading of the substitute.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Walden. Page 1, strike line 1 and all that follows through the end and insert the following. Title 1, Energy and Commerce. Subtitle A, Patient Access to Public Health Programs. Section 101, the Prevention and Public Health Fund. In general, subsection B of Section 4002 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S. Code 300U-11, as amended by Section 5009 of the 21st Century Cures Act, is amended. In paragraph 1, by adding "and" at the end. In paragraph 3, by striking each of the fiscal years 2018 and 2019 and inserting fiscal year 2018, and by striking the semicolon at the end and inserting a period, and by striking paragraphs 4 through 8. Resertion of unobligated funds, of the funds made available by Section 4002, and unobligated balance at the end of fiscal year 2018 is rescinded. Section 102, Community Health Center Program, effective as if included in the enactment of the Medicaid Access and CHIP Reauthorization Act of 2015, Public Law 114-10, 129, Statistic 89, Paragraph 1 of Section
Mr. Chairman, there's no order in this committee room. Can we get
of
order?
such act is amended by inserting
Mr. Chairman.
an additional
Mr. Chairman, there's no
4,000
order. I can't hear her.
for fiscal
The
year
members on both sides of the aisle will please restrain themselves so that the gentleman from New Mexico can hear the reading and so can others. So if the majority members, I'm going to please the minority members and the majority members, but especially this conclave right here, if we can hold it down, and to the audience as well, you're exactly right. We want people to hear the reading of the amendment.
after 2017. Section 103, federal payments to states. In general, notwithstanding Section 504A, 1902A23, 1903A, 2002, 2005, A4, 1202A7, or 1205A1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 704A, 1396AA 23, 1396BA, 1396A, 1397DA4, 1397BBA7, 1399EEA1, or the terms of any Medicaid waiver in effect on the date of enactment of this act and is approved under Section 1115 or 1915 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S. Code 1315, 1396N, for the 1-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act. No federal funds provided from a program referred to in this subsection that is considered direct spending for any year may be made available to a state for payment to a prohibited entry, whether made directly to the prohibited entry or through a managed care organization under contract with the state. Definitions. In this section, prohibited entry, the term prohibited entry means an entry including its affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics, that as the date of enactment of this act is an organization described in section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and exempt from tax under section 501A of such code, is an essential community provider described in a section 156(235) of Title 45 Code of the Federal Regulations as in effect on the date enacted of this bill, that is primarily engaged in family planning services, reproductive health, and a related medical care, and provides for abortions or other than an abortion, if the pregnancy is the result of an act or rape or incest, or in the case where a woman suffers from a physical disorder, physical injury, or physical illness that would, as certified by a physician, place the woman in danger of death unless an abortion is performed, including a life-endangering physical condition caused by or arising from the pregnancy itself, and for which the total amount of federal and state expenditures under the Medicaid program under Title 21 of the Social Security Act in fiscal years 2014 made directly to the entity and to any affiliate, subsidies, successors, or clinics of the entity, or made to the entity and any affiliate, subsidies, successors, or clinics of the entity as part of a nationwide healthcare provider network exceeding $350 million. Direct spending. The term direct spending has a meaning given that the term under Section 250C of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 to U.S. Code 900C. Subtitle B, Medicaid Program Enhancement. Section 111, Repeal of Medicaid Provisions. The Social Security Act is amended in Section 1902, 42 U.S. Code 1396A, in subsection A47B by inserting and provided that any such election shall cease to be effective on January 1st, 2020, and no such election shall be made after that date, before the semicolon at the end, and in subsection 12C by inserting and ending December 31st, 2019 after January 1, 2014. In section 1951, K2, 42 U.S. Code 1396NK2 by striking during the period described in paragraph 1 and inserting on or after the date referred to in paragraph 1 and before January 1, 2020. And in section 1920E, 42 U.S. Code 1396R-1E by striking under clause I-8, clause I-4, or clause 220 of subsection A-10-9, and inserting under clause I-8 or clause 220 of subsection 1902, A-10A, before January 1, 2020, section 1902, A-10, AI-4. Subsection 12, Repeal of Medicaid Expansion. In general, section 1902, A-10A of Social Security Act 42, U.S. Code 1396A, A-10A is amended. In clause I-8 by inserting at the option of a state after January 1, 2014, and in clause 220 by inserting and ending December 31, 2019 after 2014. Determination of EFMAP for new ACA expansion enrollees. Section 1905 of the Social Security Act 42 U.S. Code 1396D is amended. In subsection Y1 in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking with respect to and all that follows through shall be and inserting with respect to amounts extended before January 1, 2020 by such state for medical assistance for newly eligible individuals described in subclause 8 of section 1902A10AI who are enrolled under the state plan or a waiver of the plan before such date and with respect to the amounts expended after such date by such state for medical assistance and for individuals described in such subclause who were enrolled under such plan or waiver of such plan as of December 31st, 2019, and who do not have a break in eligibility for medical assistance under such state plan or waiver for more than 1 month after such date shall be, and in subsection Z2, in subparagraph A, by striking medical assistance for individuals and all that follows through shall be and inserting amounts expanded before January 1, 2020 by such state for medical assistance for individuals described in section 1902A10AI8 who are non-pregnant childless adults with respect to whom the state may require enrollment in benchmark coverage under section 1937 and who are enrolled under the state plan or a waiver of the plan before such date and with respect to the amount expended after such date by such state for medical assistance for individuals described in such section who are non-pregnant childless adults with respect to whom the state may require enrollment in benchmark coverage under section 1937 who were enrolled under such plan or waiver of such plan as of December 31st, 2019, and who do not have a break in eligibility for medical assistance under such state plan or waiver for more than 1 month after such date shall be, and in subparagraph B2, in subclause 3, by adding and at the end, and by striking subclause 4, 5, and 6, and inserting the following new subclause. 2017 in each subsequent year in 80%. Sunset of essential health benefits requirements. Section 1937, B5 of Social Security Act 42, U.S. Code 1396U-7B5 is amended by adding at the end of the following. This paragraph shall not apply after December 31st, 2019.
Section 113, elimination of dish cuts. Section 1923F of the Social Security Act is amended in paragraph 7, in paragraph A, in clause I, 1, in the matter preceding subclause I by striking 2025, inserting 2019, and 2, in clause 2, 1, in subclause 1 by adding and at the end. In subclause 2 by striking the semicolon at the end and inserting a period, and 3 by striking subclauses 3 through 8, and B by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. C, exemption from exemption for non-expansion states. In general, in general, in the case of a state that is non-expansion state for a fiscal year, subparagraph A1 shall not apply to the dish allotment for such state and fiscal year. 2, no change in reduction for expansion states. In the case of a state that is an expansion state for a fiscal year, the dish allotment for such state and fiscal year shall be determined as if clause 1 did not apply. 3, non-expansion and expansion state defined. The term expansion state means with respect to a fiscal year, a state that as of July 1st of the preceding fiscal year provides for eligibility under the clause I-8 or 220 of section 1902A10A for medical assistance under this title, or a waiver of the state plan approved under section 1115. 2, the term non-expansion state means with respect to a fiscal year, a state that is not an expansion state. And 2, in paragraph 8 by striking fiscal year 2025 and inserting fiscal year 2019. Section 114, reducing state Medicaid costs, letting states disenroll high-dollar lottery winners. In general, section 1902 of the Social Security Act is amended A in section A17 by striking E14, E14, and inserting E14, E15. And B in subsection E in paragraph 14 relating to modified adjusted gross income by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph, J, treatment of certain lottery winnings and income received as a lump sum. I, in general, in the case of an individual who is the recipient of qualified lottery winnings pursuant to lotteries occurring on or after January 1st, 2020, or qualified lump sum income received on or after such date, and whose eligibility for medical assistance is determined based on the application of modified adjusted gross income under subparagraph A state shall, in determining such eligibility, include such winnings or income as applicable as income received. Big I, in the month in which such winnings or income as applicable is received, if the amount of such winnings or income is less than $80,000, big double I, over a period of 2 months, if the amount of such winnings or income as applicable is greater than or equal to $80,000 but less than $90,000, big I, 3 I's, over a period of 3 months, if the amount of such winnings or income as applicable is greater than or equal to $90,000 but less than $100,000, and 4, over a period of 3 months plus 1 additional month for each increment of $10,000 of such winnings or income as applicable received, not to exceed a period of 120 months for winnings or income of $1,260,000 or more, if the amount of such winnings or income is greater than or equal to $100,000. 2, counting in equal installments. For the purposes of subclauses 2, 3, and 4 of Clause I, winnings or income to which subclauses applies shall be counted in equal monthly installments over the period of months specified under such subclause. 3, hardship exemption. An individual whose income by application of Clause I exceeds the applicable eligibility threshold established by the state may continue to be eligible for medical assistance to the extent that a state determines under procedures established by the state under the state plan, or in the case of a waiver of the plan under Section 1115 incorporated in such waiver, or as otherwise established by such state in accordance with such standards as may be specified by the Secretary, that the denial of eligibility of the individual would cause an undue medical or financial hardship as determined on the basis of criteria established by the Secretary. 4, notifications and assistance required in case of loss of eligibility. A state shall, with respect to an individual who loses eligibility for medical assistance under the state plan or a waiver of such plan by reason of Clause I, before the date on which the individual loses such eligibility, inform the individual of the date on which the individual will no longer be considered ineligible by reason of such clause to receive medical assistance under the state plan or under any waiver of such plan, and the date on which the individual would be eligible to reapply to receive such medical assistance. 5, qualified lottery winnings defined. In this subparagraph, the term qualified lottery winnings means winnings from a sweepstakes, lottery, or pool described in paragraph 3 of Section 4402 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, or a lottery operated by a multi-state or multi-jurisdictional lottery association, including amounts awarded as a lump sum payment. 6, qualified lump sum income defined. In this subparagraph, the term qualified lump sum income means income that is received as a lump sum from one of the following sources. 1, monetary winnings from gambling as defined by the Secretary and including monetary winnings from gambling activities described in Section 1955B4 of Title 18 United States Code. 2, income received as liquid assets from the estate as defined in Section 1917B4 of a deceased individual. And 2, by striking 14, exclusion, inserting 15, exclusion. 2, rules of construction. A, interception of lottery winnings allowed. Nothing in the amendment made by paragraph 1B1 shall be construed as preventing a state from intercepting the state lottery winnings awarded to an individual in the state to recover amounts paid by the state under the state Medicaid plan under Title 19 of the Social Security Act for medical assistance furnished to the individual. B, applicability limited to eligibility of recipient of lottery winnings or lump sum income. Nothing in the amendment made by paragraph 1BI shall be construed with respect to a determination of household income for purposes of a determination of eligibility for medical assistance under the state plan under Title 19 of the Social Security Act, or a waiver of such plan made by applying modified adjusted gross income under subparagraph A of Section 1902E14 of such act as limiting the eligibility for such medical assistance of any individual that is a member of the household other than the individual or the individual's spouse who received qualified lottery winnings or qualified lump sum income as defined in subparagraph J of such Section 1902E14 as added by paragraph 1BI of this subsection. B, repeal of retroactive eligibility. In general, state plan requirements, Section 1902A34 of the Social Security Act is amended by striking in or after the third month before the month in which he made application and inserting in or after the month in which the individual made application. Definition of medical assistance. Section 1905A of the Social Security Act is amended by striking in or after the third month before the month in which the recipient makes an application for assistance and inserting in or after the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance. Effective date. The amendments made by paragraph 1 shall apply to medical assistance with respect to individuals whose eligibility for such assistance is based on an application for such assistance made or deemed to be made on or after October 1st, 2017. C, ensuring states are not forced to pay for individuals ineligible for the program. 1, in general, Section 1137F of the Social Security Act is amended by striking subsections A1 and D and inserting 1 subsections A1 and D, and B by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 2A, subparagraphs A and B2 of subsection D4 shall not apply in the case of an initial determination made on or after the date that is 6 months after the date of the enactment of this paragraph with respect to the eligibility of an alien described in subparagraph B for the benefits under the program listed in subsection B2. B, an alien described in this subparagraph is an individual declaring to be a citizen or national of the United States with respect to whom a state, in accordance with section 1902A46B, requires 1, pursuant to 1902EE, the submission of a Social Security number, or 2, pursuant to 1903-10, the presentation of satisfactory documentary evidence of citizenship or nationality. 2, no payments for medical assistance provided before presentation of evidence. Section 1903 I-22 of the Social Security Act is amended A by striking with respect to amounts expended and inserting A with respect to amounts expended, B by inserting and at the end, and C by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. In the case of a state that elects to provide a reasonable period to present satisfactory documentary evidence of such citizenship or nationality pursuant to paragraph 2C of section 1902EE or paragraph 4 of subsection 10 of this section, for amounts expended for medical assistance for such an individual other than an individual described in paragraph 2 of such subsection 10 during such period. 3, confirming amendments. Section 1137D4 of the Social Security Act is amended A in subparagraph A in the matter preceding clause 1 by inserting subject to subsection F2 before the state, and B in subparagraph B2 by inserting subject to subsection F2 before pending such verification. D, updating allowable home equity limits in Medicaid. In general, 1, in general, section 1917 F1 of the Social Security Act is amended A in subparagraph A by striking subparagraphs B and C and inserting subparagraph B, B by striking subparagraph B, C by redesignating subparagraph C as subparagraph B, and D in subparagraph B as so redesignated by striking dollar amounts specified in this paragraph and inserting dollar amounts specified in subparagraph A. 2, effective date. A, in general, the amendments made by paragraph 1 shall apply with respect to eligibility determinations made after the date that is 180 days after the date of the enactment of this section. B, exception for state legislation. In the case of a state plan under Title 19 of the Social Security Act that the Secretary of Health and Human Services determines requires state legislation in order for the respective plan to meet any requirement imposed by amendments made by this subsection, the respective plan shall not be regarded as failing to comply with the requirements of such title solely on the basis of its failure to meet such an additional requirement before the first day of the first calendar quarter beginning after the close of the first regular session of the state legislature that begins after the date of the enactment of this act. For the purposes of the previous sentence, in the case of a state that is a 2-year legislative session, each year of the session shall be considered to be a separate regular session of the state legislature.
Section 115, safety net funding for non-expansion states. Title 19 of the Social Security Act is amended by inserting after Section 1923 the following new section: adjustment and payment for services of safety net providers in non-expansion states. Section 1923A, little a, in general, subject to the limitations of this section, for each year during the period beginning with 2018 and ending with 2021, each state that is one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia and that as of July 1st of the preceding year did not provide for eligibility under clause I 8 or I 20 of section 1902A10A for medical assistance under this title or a waiver of the state plan approved under section 1115. Each such state or district referred to in this section for the year as a non-expansion state may adjust the payments amount otherwise provided under the state plan under this title or a waiver of such plan to health care providers that provide health care services to individuals enrolled under this title in this section referred to as eligible providers. B, increase in applicable FMAP. Notwithstanding Section 1905B, the federal medical assistance percentage applicable with respect to expenditures attributable to a payment adjustment under subsection A, for which payment is permitted under subsection C, shall be equal to 1, 100% for calendar quarters and calendar years 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, and 2, 95% for calendar quarters and calendar year 2022. C, limitations, disqualification of states. 1, annual allotment limitation. Payment under subsection 1903A shall not be made to a state with respect to any payment adjustment made under the section for all calendar quarters in a year in excess of the $2 billion multiplied by the ratio of A, the population of the state with income below 138% of the poverty line in 2015 as determined based the table entitled Health Insurance Coverage Status and Type by Ratio of Income to Poverty Level in the past 12 months by age for the universe of the civilian non-institutionalized population for whom poverty status is determined based on the 2015 American Community Survey one-year estimates as published by the Bureau of the Census 2B, the sum of the populations under subparagraph A for all non-expansion states. 2, limitation of payment adjustment amount for individual providers. The amount of a payment adjustment under subsection A for an eligible provider may not exceed the provider's costs incurred in furnishing health care services as determined by the Secretary and net of payments under this title other than under the section and by uninsured patients to individuals who either are eligible for medical assistance under the state plan or under a waiver of such plan or have health insurance or health plan coverage for such services. D, disqualification in case of state coverage expansion. If a state is a non-expansion for a year and provides eligibility for medical assistance described in subsection A during the year, the state shall no longer be treated as a non-expansion state under the section for any subsequent years. Section 116, providing incentives for increased frequency of eligibility redeterminations. A, in general, Section 1902E14 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A-E14, relating to modified adjusted gross income, as amended by Section 114A1, is further amended by adding at the end the following. K, frequency of eligibility redeterminations, beginning on October 1st, 2017, and notwithstanding subparagraph H, in the case of an individual whose eligibility for medical assistance under the state plan under this title or waiver of such plan is determined based on the application of modified adjusted gross income under subparagraph A, and who is eligible on the basis of Clause 1.8 or Clause I-20 of subsection A10A, a state shall redetermine such individual's eligibility for such medical assistance no less frequently than once every 6 months. B, civil monetary penalty. Section 1128A of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1320A-7A, is amended in the matter following paragraph 10 by striking or in cases under paragraph 3 and inserting the following, or in cases under paragraph 1 in which an individual was knowingly enrolled on or after October 1, 2017 pursuant to section 1902 A10A(i)(8) for medical assistance under the state plan under Title 19 whose income does not meet the income threshold specified in such section or in which a claim was presented or on after October 1, 2017 as a claim for an item or service furnished to an individual described in such section but whose enrollment under state plan is not made on the basis of such individuals meeting the income threshold specified in such section, $20,000 for each such individual or claim in cases under paragraph 3. C, increase administrative matching percentage. For each calendar quarter during the period beginning on October 1, 2017 and ending on December 31st, 2019, the federal matching percentage otherwise applicable under Section 1903A of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396B-A, with respect to state expenditures during such quarter that are attributable to meeting the requirement of Section 1902E14, relating to determinations of eligibility using modified adjusted gross income of such act shall be increased by 5 percentage points with respect to state expenditures attributable to activities carried out by the state and approved by the Secretary to increase the frequency of eligibility redeterminations required by subparagraph K of such section, relating to eligibility redeterminations made on a 6-month basis as added by subsection A. Subtitle C, per capita allotment for medical assistance, Section 121, per capita allotment for medical assistance. Title 19 of the Social Security Act is amended, 1, in Section 1903, 42 U.S.C. 1396B, and subsection A, and the matter before paragraph 1 by inserting in Section 1903A(a) after except as otherwise provided in this section and B, and subsection D1 by striking to which and inserting to which subject to Section 1903A(a) and 2 by inserting after such section 1903 the following new section. Section 1903A, per capita base cap on payments for medical assistance. A, application of per capita cap on payments for medical assistance expenditures. 1, in general, if a state has excess aggregate medical assistance expenditures as defined in paragraph 2 for a fiscal year beginning with fiscal year 2020, the amount of payment to the state under subsection under Section 1903A1 for each quarter in the following fiscal year shall be reduced by 1/4 of the excess aggregate medical assistance payments as defined by paragraph 3 for that previous fiscal year. In this section, the term state means only the 50 states and the District of Columbia. 2, excess aggregate medical assistance expenditures. In this subsection, the term excess aggregate medical assistance expenditures means for a state for a fiscal year the amount, if any, by which A, the amount of the adjusted total medical assistance expenditures as defined in subsection B1 for the state and fiscal year exceeds B, the amount of the target total medical assistance expenditures as defined in subsection C for the state and fiscal year. 3, excess aggregate medical assistance payments. In this section, the term excess aggregate medical assistance payments means for a state for a fiscal year the product of A, the excess aggregate medical assistance expenditures as defined in paragraph 2 for the state for the fiscal year, and B, the federal average medical assistance matching percentage as defined in paragraph 4 for the state for the fiscal year. 4, federal average medical assistance matching percentage. In this subsection, the term federal average medical assistance matching percentage means for a state for a fiscal year, the ratio expressed as a percentage of A, the amount of the federal payments that would be made to the state under subsection 1903A1 for medical assistance expenditures for calendar quarters in the fiscal year if paragraph 1 did not apply to. B, the amount of the medical assistance expenditures for the state and fiscal year. B, adjusted total medical assistance expenditures. Subject to subsection G, the following shall apply. 1, in general, in this section, the term adjusted total medical assistance expenditures means for a state A for fiscal year 2016, the product of the amount of the medical assistance expenditures as defined in paragraph 2 for the state and fiscal year, reduced by the amount of any excluded expenditures as defined in paragraph 3 for the state and fiscal year otherwise included in such medical assistance expenditures, and I, the 1903A FY16 population percentage as defined in paragraph 4 for the state, or B, the fiscal year 2019 or a subsequent fiscal year, the amount of medical assistance expenditures as defined in paragraph 2 for the state and fiscal year that is attributable to 1903A enrollees reduced by the amount of any excluded expenditures as defined in paragraph 3 for the state and fiscal year otherwise included in such medical assistance expenditures. 2, medical assistance expenditures. In this section, the term medical assistance expenditures means for a state and fiscal year the medical assistance payments as reported by medical service category on the form CMS-64 quarterly expense report or successor to such a report form, and including enrollment data and subsequent adjustments to any such report in this section referred to collectively as the CMS-64 report that directly result from providing medical assistance under the state plan, including a waiver of the plan for which payment is or may otherwise be made pursuant to section 1903A1. Excluded expenditures. In this section, the term excluded expenditures means for a state and fiscal year expenditures under the state plan or under a waiver of such plan that are attributable to any of the following. A, payment adjustments made for disproportionate share hospitals under subsection 1923. B, Medicare cost sharing. Payments made for Medicare cost sharing as defined in section 1903P3. C, safety net provider payment adjustments in non-expansion states. Payment adjustments under subsection A of section 1923A for which payment is permitted under subsection C of such section. 1903A FY16 population percentage. In this subsection, the term 1903A FY16 population percentage means for a state the Secretary's calculation of the percentage of the actual medical assistance expenditures as reported by the state on the CMS-64 reports for calendar quarters in fiscal year 2016 that are attributable to 1903A enrollees as defined in subsection E1. Target total medical assistance expenditures. 1, calculation. In this section, the term target total medical assistance expenditures means for a state for a fiscal year the sum of the products for each of the 1903A enrollee categories as defined in section E2 of A, the target per capita medical assistance expenditures as defined in paragraph 2 for the enrollee category state and fiscal year, and B, the number of 1903A enrollees for such enrollee category state and fiscal year as determined in subsection E4. 2, target per capita medical assistance expenditures. In this subsection, the term target per capita medical assistance expenditures means for a 1903A enrollee category state and a fiscal year an amount equal to A, the provisional FY19 target per capita amount for such enrollee category as calculated under subsection D5 for the state increased by B, the percentage increased in the medical care component of the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, U.S. city average, for September of 2019 to September of the fiscal year involved. Do you want to pick up?
Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman is not recognized. We are reading the bill at his request. Clerk will proceed.
Mr. Chairman, so we can be recognized at the end of this? Because I had to step out to the restroom, so I apologize to everyone that I had to go relieve myself.
D, calculation of FY19 provisional target amount for each 1903A enrollee category. Subject to subsection G, the following shall apply. 1, calculation of base amounts for fiscal year 2016. For each state, the Secretary shall calculate and provide notice to the state not later than April 1st, 2018 of the following. A, the amount of the adjusted total medical assistance expenditures as defined in subsection B1 for the state for fiscal year 2016. B, the number of 1903A enrollees for the state in fiscal year 2016 as determined under subsection E4. C, the average per capita medical assistance expenditures for the state for fiscal year 2016 equal to 1, the amount calculated under subparagraph A divided by 2, the number calculated under subparagraph B. 2, fiscal year 2019 average per capita amount based on inflating the fiscal year 2016 amount to fiscal year 2019 by CPI medical. The Secretary shall calculate a fiscal year 2019 average per capita amount for each state equal to A, the average per capita medical assistance expenditures for the state for fiscal year 2016, calculated under paragraph 1C, increased by B, the percentage increase in the medical care component of the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, U.S. city average, from September 2016 to September 2019. 3, aggregate and average expenditures per capita for fiscal year 2019. The Secretary shall calculate for each state the following. A, the amount of the adjusted total medical assistance expenditures as defined in subsection B1 for the state for fiscal year 2019. B, the number of 1903A enrollees for the state in fiscal year 2019 as determined under subsection E4. 4, per capita expenditures for fiscal year 2019 for each 1903A enrollee category. The Secretary shall calculate and provide notice to each state not later than January 1st, 2020 of the following. A1, for each 1903A enrollee category, the amount of the adjusted total medical assistance expenditures as defined in subsection B1 for the state fiscal year 2019 for individuals in the enrollee category, calculated by excluding from medical assistance expenditures those expenditures attributable to expenditures described in Clause 3 or non-DSH supplemental expenditures as defined in Clause 2. 2, in this paragraph, the term non-DSH supplemental expenditure means a payment to a provider under the state plan or under a waiver of that plan that 1, is not made under Section 1923, 2, is not made with respect to a specific item or service for an individual, 3, is in addition to any payments made to the provider under the plan or waiver for any such item or service, and 4, complies with the limits for additional payments to providers under the plan or waiver imposed pursuant to Section 1902A30A, including the regulations specifying upper payment limits under the state plan in Part 447 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations, or any successor regulations. 3, an expenditure described in this clause is an expenditure that meets the criteria specified in subclauses 1, 2, and 3 of Clause 2 and is authorized under Section 1115 for the purposes of funding a delivery system, reform pool, uncompensated care pool, a designated state health program, or any other similar expenditure as defined by the Secretary. B, for each 1903 enrollee category, the number of 1903A enrollees for the state in fiscal year 2019 in the enrollee category as determined under subsection E4. C, for fiscal year 2016, the state's non-DSH supplemental payment percentage is equal to the ratio expressed as a percentage of 1, the total amount of non-DSH supplemental expenditures is defined in subparagraph A2 for the state for fiscal year 2016 to 2, the amount described in subsection B1A for the state for fiscal year 2016. D, for each 1903A enrollee category, an average medical assistance expenditures per capita for the state for fiscal year 2019 for the enrollee category equal to 1, the amount calculated under subparagraph A for the state, increased by the non-DSH supplemental payment percentage for the state as calculated under subparagraph C, divided by 2, the number calculated under subparagraph B for the state for the enrollee category. 5, provisional FY19 per capita target amount for each 1903 enrollee category. Subject to subsection F2, the Secretary shall calculate for each state a provisional FY19 per capita target amount for each 1903A enrollee category equal to the average medical assistance expenditures per capita for the state for fiscal year 2019 as calculated under paragraph 4D for such enrollee category multiplied by the ratio of A, the product of 1, the fiscal year 2019 average per capita amount for the state as calculated under paragraph 2, and 2, the number of 1903A enrollees for the state in fiscal year 2019 as calculated under paragraph 3B, to B, the amount of the adjusted total medical assistance expenditures for the state for fiscal year 2019 as calculated under paragraph 3A. 1903A enrollee, 1903A enrollee category. Subject to subsection G, for purposes of this section, the following shall apply. 1, 1903A enrollee. The term 1903A enrollee means, with respect to a state in a month, any Medicaid enrollee as defined in paragraph 3 for the month other than such an enrollee who for such month is in any of the following categories of excluded individuals. A, CHIP, an individual who is provided under this title in the manner described in section 2101A2, Child Health Assistance under Title 21. B, IHS, an individual who receives any medical assistance under this title for services for which payment is made under the third sentence of section 1905B. C, breast and cervical cancer services eligible individual, an individual who is entitled to medical assistance under this title only pursuant to section 1902A10A2 18 D, partial benefit enrollees, an individual who, 1, is an alien who is entitled to medical assistance under this title only pursuant to Section 1903 V2. 2, is entitled to medical assistance under this title only pursuant to subclause 12 or 21 of Section 1902A 10A2, or pursuant to a waiver that provides only comparable benefits. 3, is a dual eligible individual as defined in Section 1915 H2B and is entitled to medical assistance under this title or under a waiver only for some of or all of Medicare cost sharing as defined in Section 1905 P3, or 4, is entitled to medical assistance under this title and for whom the state is providing a payment or subsidy to an employer for coverage of the individual under a group health plan pursuant to Section 1906 or Section 1906A, or pursuant to a waiver that provides only comparable benefits. 2, 1903A enrollee category. The term 1903A enrollee category means each of the following. A, elderly, a category of 1903A enrollees who are 65 years of age or older. B, blind or disabled, a category of 1903A enrollees not described in the previous subparagraph who are eligible for medical assistance under this title on the basis of being blind or disabled. C, children, a category of 1903A enrollees not described in a previous subparagraph who are children under 19 years of age. D, expansion enrollees, category of 1903A enrollees not described in a previous subparagraph for whom the amounts expended for medical assistance are subject to an increase or change in the federal medical assistance percentage under subsection Y or Z2 respectively of Section 1905. Other non-elderly, non-disabled, non-expansion adults, a category of 1903A enrollees who are not described in any of previous subparagraph. 3, Medicaid enrollee. The term Medicaid enrollee means, with respect to a state for a month, an individual who is eligible for medical assistance for items or services under this title and enrolled under this state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title for the month. 4, determination of number of 1903A enrollees. The number of 1903A enrollees for a state and fiscal year, and if applicable for a 1903A enrollee category, is the average monthly number of Medicaid enrollees for such state and fiscal year, and if applicable in such category, that are reported through the CMS-64 report and subject to audit under HF special payment rules. 1, application in case of research and demonstration projects and other waivers. In the case of a state with a waiver of the state plan approved under Section 1115, Section 1915, or another provision of this title, this section shall apply to medical assistance expenditures and medical assistance payments under the waiver in the same manner as if such expenditures and payments had been made under a state plan under this title, and the limitations on expenditures under this section shall supersede any other payment limitations or provisions, including limitations based on a per capita limitation, otherwise applicable under such a waiver. 2, treatment of states expanding coverage after fiscal year 2016. In the case of a state that did not provide for medical assistance for the 1903 enrollee category described in subsection E2D during fiscal year 2016, but which provides for such assistance for such category in a subsequent year, the provisional FY19 per capita target amount for such enrollee category under subsection D5 shall be equal to the provisional FY19 per capita target amount for the 1903A enrollee category described in subsection E2E. 3, in case of a state failure to report necessary data, if a state for any quarter in a fiscal year, beginning with fiscal year 2019, fails to satisfactorily submit data on expenditures and enrollees in accordance with subsection H1 for such fiscal year and any succeeding fiscal year for which such data are not satisfactorily submitted, A, the Secretary shall calculate and apply subsections A through E with respect to the state as if all 1903A enrollee categories for which such expenditure and enrollee data were not satisfactorily submitted were a single 1903 enrollee category, and B, the growth factor otherwise applied under subsection C2B shall be decreased by 1 percentage point.
G, recalculation of certain amounts for data errors. The amount and percentage calculated under paragraphs 1 and 4C of subsection D for a state for fiscal year 2016 and the amounts of adjusted total medical assistance expenditures calculated under subsection B and the number of Medicaid enrollees and 1903A enrollees determined under subsection E4 for a state for fiscal year 2016, fiscal year 2019, and any subsequent fiscal year may be adjusted by the Secretary based upon an appeal filed by the state in such form, manner, and time, and containing such information relating to data errors that support such appeal as the Secretary specifies, that the Secretary determines to be valid, except that any adjustment by the Secretary under this subsection for a state may not result in an increase of the target total medical assistance expenditures exceeding 2%. H, required reporting and auditing of CMS 64 data, transitional increase in federal matching percentage for certain administrative expenses. 1, reporting. In addition to the data required on Form Group 8 on the CMS 64 report form, as of January 1st, 2017, in each CMS 64 report required to be submitted for each quarter beginning on or after October 1st, 2018, the state shall include data on medical assistance expenditures within such categories of service and categories of enrollees, including each 1903A enrollee category, and each category of excluded individuals under subsection E1 E1 and the numbers of enrollees within each of such enrollee categories as the Secretary determines are necessary, including timely guidance published as soon as possible after the date of the enactment of this section in order to implement this section and to enable states to comply with the requirement of this paragraph on a timely basis. 2, auditing. The Secretary shall conduct for each state an audit of the number of individuals and expenditures reported through the CMS 64 report for fiscal year 2016, fiscal year 2019, and each subsequent fiscal year, which audit may be conducted on a representative sample as determined by the Secretary. 3, temporary increase in federal matching percentage to support improved data reporting systems for fiscal years 2018 and 2019. For amounts expended during calendar quarters beginning on or after October 1st, 2017 and before October 1st, 2019, A, the federal matching percentage applied under Section 1903A3A little I shall be increased by 10 percentage points to 100%. B, the federal matching percentage applied under Section 1903A3B shall be increased by 25 percentage points to 100%. And C, the federal matching percentage applied under Section 1903A7 shall be increased by 10 percentage points to 60%, but only with respect to amounts expended that are attributable to a state's additional administrative expenditures to implement the data requirements of paragraph 1. Subtitle D, patient relief and health insurance market stability. Section 131, repeal of cost-sharing subsidy. A, in general, Section 1402 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act is repealed. B, effective date. The repeal made by subsection A shall apply to cost-sharing reductions and payments to issuers for such reductions for plan years beginning after December 31st, 2019. Section 132, Patient and State Stability Fund. The Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 301, is amended by adding at the following the new title. Title 22, Patient and State Stability Fund. Section 2201, Establishment of Program. There is hereby established the Patient and State Stability Fund to be administered by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, in this section referred to as the Administrator, to provide funding in accordance with this title to the 50 states and the District of Columbia, each referred to in this section as a state, during the period subject to certain 2204C. Beginning on January 1st, 2018 and ending on December 31st, 2026 for the purposes described in Section 2202. Section 2202, Use of Funds. A state may use the funds allocated to the state under this title for any of the following purposes. 1, helping through the provisions of financial assistance high-risk individuals who do not have access to health insurance coverage offered through an employer enrolled in health insurance in the individual market in the state, as such market is defined by the state, whether through the establishment of a new mechanism or maintenance of an existing mechanism for such purpose. 2, providing incentives to appropriate entities to enter into arrangements with the state to help stabilize premiums for health insurance coverage in the individual market, as such markets are defined by the state. 3, reducing the cost for providing health insurance coverage in the individual market and the small group market, as such markets are defined by the state, to individuals who have or are projected to have a high rate of utilization of health services as measured by cost. 4, promoting participation in the individual market and small group market in the state and increasing health insurance options available through such market. 5, promoting access to preventative services, dental care services, whether preventative or medically necessary, vision care services, whether preventative or medically necessary, prevention, treatment, or recovery support services for individuals with mental or substance use disorders, or any combination of such services. 6, providing payments directly or indirectly to healthcare providers for the provision of such healthcare services as are specified by the administrator. 7, providing assistance to reduce out-of-pocket costs such as co-payments, co-insurance, premiums, and deductibles of individuals enrolled in health insurance coverage in the state. Section 2203, State Eligibility and Approval, Default Safeguard. A, encouraging state options for allocations. 1, in general, to be eligible for an allocation of funds under this title for a year during the period described in Section 2201, for use for one or more purposes described in Section 2202, a state shall submit to the administrator an application at such time, but in the case of allocations for 2018, not later than 45 days after the date of enactment of this title, and in the case of allocations for a subsequent year, not later than March 31st of the previous year, in such form and manner as specified by the administrator, and containing A, a description of how the funds will be used for such purpose, B, a certification that the state will make from non-federal funds expenditures for such purposes in an amount that is not less than the state percentage required for the year under Section 2204E1, and C, such other information as the administrator may require. 2, automatic approval. An application so submitted is approved unless the administrator notifies the state submitting the application not later than 60 days after the date of submission of such application that the application has been denied for not being in compliance with any requirement of this title and of the reason for such denial. 3, one-time application. If an application of a state is approved for a year with respect to a purpose described in Section 2202, such application shall be treated as approved with respect to such purpose for each subsequent year through 2026. 4, treatment as a state healthcare program. Any program receiving funds from an allocation for a state under this title, including pursuant to subsection B, shall be considered to be a state healthcare program for purposes of Sections 1128, 1128A, and 1128B. B, default federal safeguard. 1, in general, A, 2018, for allocations made under this title for 2018 in the case of a state that does not submit an application under subsection A by the 45-day submission date applicable to such year under subsection A1, and in the case of a state that does not submit such application by such date that is not approved, subject to Section 2204E, the administrator, in consultation with the state insurance commissioner, shall use the allocation that would otherwise be provided to the state under this title for such year in accordance with paragraph 2 for such state. B, 2019 through 2026. In the case of a state that does not have, in effect, an approved application under this section for 2019 or a subsequent year beginning the period described in Section 2201, subject to Section 2204E, the administrator, in consultation with the state insurance commissioner, shall use the allocation that would otherwise be provided to the state under this title for such year in accordance with paragraph 2 for such state. 2, required use for market stabilization payments to issuers. An allocation for a state made pursuant to paragraph 1 for a year shall be used to carry out the purpose described in section 22022 in such state by providing payments to appropriate entities described in such section with respect to claims that exceed $50,000 or with respect to allocations made under this title for 2020 or a subsequent year during the period specified in section 2201. Such dollar amounts specified by the administrator but do not exceed $350,000 or with respect to allocations made under this title for 2020 or a subsequent year during such period, such dollar amount specified by the administrator in an amount equal to 75% or with respect to allocations made under this title for 2020 or a subsequent year during such period, such percentage specified by the administrator of the amount of such claims. Section 2204, allocations. A, appropriation. For the purpose of providing allocations for states, including pursuant to Section 2203B, under this title, there is appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. 1, for 2018, $15 billion. 2, for 2019, $15 billion. 3, for 2020, $10 billion. 4, for 2021, $10 billion. 5, for 2022, $10 billion. 6, for 2023, $10 billion. 7, for 2024, $10 billion. 8 for 2025, $10 billion, and 9 for 2026, $10 billion. B, allocations. 1, payment. A, in general. From amounts appropriated under subsection A for a year, the administrator shall, with respect to a state and not later than the date specified under subparagraph B for such year, allocate, subject to subsection E for such state, including pursuant to section 2203B, the amount determined for such state and year under paragraph 2. B, specified date. For purposes of subparagraph A, the date specified in this clause is little I for 2018, the date that is 45 days after the date of the enactment of this title, and little 2 for 2019 and subsequent years, January 1st of the respective year. 2, allocation amount determinations. A, for 2018 and 2019, little I, in general, for purposes of paragraph 1, the amount determined under this paragraph for 2018 and 2019 for a state is an amount equal to the sum of 1, the relative incurred claims amount described in clause little 2 for such state and year. 2, the relative uninsured and issuer participation amount described in clause little Romanet 4 for such state and year. Little 2, relative incurred claims amount. For purposes of clause 1, the relative incurred claims amount described in this clause for a state for 2018 and 2019 is a product of 1, 85% of the amount appropriated under subsection A for the year, and 2, the relative state incurred claims proportion described in clause 3 for such state and year. 3, relative state incurred claims proportion. The relative state incurred claims proportion described in this clause for a state and year is the amount equal to the ratio of 1, the adjusted incurred claims by the state, as reported through the medical loss ratio annual reporting under section 2718 of the Public Health Service Act for the third previous year. 2, the sum of such adjusted incurred claims for all states as so reported for such third previous year. 4, relative uninsured and issuer participation amount. For purposes of clause 1, the relative uninsured and issuer participation amount for the described in the clause for a state for 2018 and 2019 is a product of 1, 15% of the amount appropriated under subsection A for the year, and 2, the relative state uninsured and issuer participation proportion described in clause 5 for such state and year. 5, relative state uninsured and issuer participation proportion. The relative state uninsured and issuer participation proportion described in this clause for a state and year is 1. In the case of a state not described in clause 6 for such year, 0, and 2, in the case of a state described in clause 6 for such year, the amount equal to the ratio of AA, the number of individuals residing in such state who for the third preceding year were not enrolled in a health plan or otherwise did not have health insurance coverage, including through a federal or state health program, and whose income is below 100% of the poverty line applicable to a family of the size involved. 2, B, the sum of the number of individuals for all states described in clause 6 for the third preceding year. 6, states described. For purposes of clause 5, state described in this clause with respect to 2018 and 2019 if the state satisfies either of the following criterion. 1, the number of individuals residing in such state and described in clause 5, 2, AA was higher in 2015 than 2013. 2, the state have fewer than 3 health insurance issuers offering qualified health plans through the exchange for 2017. B, for 2020 through 2026. For purposes of paragraph 1, the amount determined under this paragraph for a year beginning with 2020 during the period described in section 2201 for a state is an amount determined in accordance with an allocation methodology specified by the administrator, which 1, takes into consideration the adjusted incurred claims of such state and number of residents of such state for whom the previous year were not enrolled in a health plan or otherwise did not have health insurance coverage, including through a federal or state health program, and whose income is below 100% of the poverty line applicable to a family of the size involved and the number of health insurance issuers participating in the insurance market in such state for such year. 2, is established after consultation with healthcare consumers, health insurance issuers, state insurance commissioners, and other stakeholders, and after taking into consideration additional cost and risk factors that may inhibit healthcare consumer and health insurance issuer participation. And 3, reflects the goals of improving The health insurance risk pool, promoting a more competitive health insurance market and increasing choice for healthcare consumers. C, annual distribution of previous year's remaining funds. In carrying out subsection B, the administrator shall, with respect to a year beginning in 2020 and ending with 2027, not later than March 31st of such year, 1, determine the amount of funds, if any, from the amounts appropriated under subsection A for the previous year but not allocated for such previous year, and 2, if the administrator determines that any funds were not so allocated for such previous year, allocate such remaining funds in accordance with the allocation methodology specified pursuant to subsection B2B. A, to states that have submitted an application approved under section 2203A for such previous year for any purpose for which the application was approved, and B, for states which allocations were made pursuant to section 2203B for such previous year to be used by the administrator for such states to carry out the purpose described in section 22022 in such states by providing payments to appropriate entities described in such section with respect to the claims that exceed $1 million. With respect to a year before 2027, any remaining funds being made available for allocation to states for the subsequent year. D, availability. The amounts appropriated under subsection A for a year and allocated to states in accordance with this section shall remain available for expenditure through December 31st, 2027. E, conditions for and limitations on receipt of funds. The Secretary may not make an allocation under this title for a state with respect to a purpose described in section 22021 in the case of an allocation that would be made to a state pursuant to section 2203A if the state does not agree that the state will make available non-federal contributions towards such purpose in an amount equal to A for 2020, 7% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. B, for 2021, 14% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. C, for 2022, 21% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. D, for 2023, 28% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state and for such purpose. E, for 2024, 35% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. F, for 2025, 42% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. And G, for 2026, 50% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. 2, in the case of an allocation that would be made for a state pursuant to section 2203B, if the state does not agree that the state will make available non-federal contributions towards such purpose in an amount equal to A, for 2020, 10% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. B, for 2021, 20% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. And C, for 2022, 30% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. D, for 2023, 40% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. E, for 2024, 50% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. F, for 2025, 50% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. And G, for 2026, 50% of the amount allocated under this subsection to such state for such year and purpose. Or 3, if such an allocation for such purpose would not be permitted under subsection C7 of section 2105, if such allocation were payment made under such section. Section 133, Continuous Health Insurance Coverage Incentive. Subpart 1 of Part A of Title 27 of the Public Health Service Act is amended. 1, in Section 2701A1B by striking such rate and inserting subject to Section 2711 such rate. 2, by redesignating the second section 2709 as Section 2710. And 3, by adding at the end the following new section, Section 2711, encouraging continuous health insurance coverage. A, penalty applied. 1, in general. Notwithstanding Section 2701, subject to the succeeding provisions of this section, a health insurance issuer offering health insurance coverage in the individual or small group market shall, in the case of an individual who is an applicable policyholder of such coverage with respect to an enforcement period applicable to enrollments for a plan year beginning with plan year 2019, or in the case of enrollments during a special enrollment period beginning with plan year 2018, increase the monthly premium rate otherwise applicable to such individual for such coverage during each month of such period by an amount determined under paragraph 2. 2, amount of penalty. The amount determined under this paragraph for an applicable policyholder enrolling in health insurance coverage described in paragraph 1 for a plan year with respect to each month during the enforcement period applicable to enrollments for such plan year is the amount that is equal to 30% of the monthly premium rate otherwise applicable to such applicable policyholder for such coverage during such month. B, definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, applicable policyholder. The term applicable policyholder means with respect to months of an enforcement period and health insurance coverage an individual who A, is a policyholder of such coverage for such months. B, cannot demonstrate through presentation of certificates described in section 2704E or in such other manner as may be specified in regulations, such as a return or statement made under section 6055D or 36C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 during a look-back period that is with respect to such enforcement period, there was not a period of at least 63 continuous days during which the individual did not have creditable coverage as defined in paragraph 1 of section 2704C and credited in accordance with paragraphs 2 and 3 of such section. And C, in the case of an individual who had been enrolled under dependent coverage under group health plan or health insurance coverage by reason of section 2714 and such dependent coverage of such individual ceased because of the age of such individual is not not enrolling during the first open enrollment period following the date on which such coverage so ceased. 2, look-back period. The term look-back period means with respect to an enforcement period applicable to an enrollment of an individual for a plan year beginning with plan year 2019, or in the case of an enrollment of an individual during a special enrollment period beginning with plan year 2018 and health insurance coverage described in subsection A1, the 12-month period ending on the date the individual enrolls in such coverage for such plan year. 3, enforcement period. The term enforcement period means A, with respect to enrollments during a special enrollment period for plan year 2018, the period beginning with the first month that is during such plan year and that begins subsequent to such date of enrollment and ending with the last month of such plan year. And B, with respect to enrollments for plan year 2019 or a subsequent plan year, the 12-month period beginning on the first day of the respective plan year. Section 134, increasing coverage options. Section 1302 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18022, is amended, 1, in subsection A3 by inserting and with respect to a plan year before plan year 2020 after subsection E, and 2, in subsection D by adding at the end the following. 5, sunset. The provisions of this subsection shall not apply after December 31st, 2019, and after such date, any reference to this subsection or level of coverage or plan described in this subsection and any requirement under law applying such level of coverage or plan shall have no force or effect, and such a requirement shall be applied as if this section had been repealed. Section 135, change in permissible age variation in health insurance premium rates. Section 2701A1A sub little 3 of the Public Health Service Act is as inserted by Section 12014 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, is amended by inserting after, consistent with Section 2707C, the following, or for plan years beginning on or after January 1st, 2018, as the Secretary may implement through interim final regulation 5-to-1 for adults consistent with Section 2707C or other such ratio for adults consistent with Section 2707C as the state involved may provide.
Congratulations to our staff and those who watched. We thought about having our resident auctioneer take over, and he'd probably get it done in half the time, Billy Long. I know we have a motion. I know we're going to strike the last word. What I'd like to do now is just ask, are there bipartisan amendments to subtitle A of the amendment in the nature of a substitute? So let me get that done. Now I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Oregon, who I think was next when we broke, because I believe he...
parliamentary inquiry? Mr. Burgess said I couldn't ask it because we were in the middle of the reading earlier.
No, we're done reading. We're done reading. Yeah, we're done reading. Yeah, all right. Mr. Schrader, if you'll wait, I'll defer to the gentleman from New Mexico for his... Please state your parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, now that we have read the bill, when can the members of the committee ask questions about the portion that was just read?
So that's the next thing we'll get into is we'll get on to the bill now, but, and then you can strike the last word. That's when you'd be able to ask. So does that answer your question?
So there is a time for members
to
ask questions about the bill that just was read? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. So now I'd recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Motion to postpone the markup till the CBO score comes.
Is the motion at the desk?
Yes, it is.
The clerk will report the motion.
A motion to request that the consideration of the legislation be postponed until the score of the legislation by the Congressional Budget Office has been made available for 30 days. Offered by Mr. Schrader.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Chairman, I ask that motion be tabled, please.
Gentleman moves that the motion be tabled. That is non-debatable.
Mr. Chairman, since I was nice and backed off and made sure we could read the bill and all that, I'd like to at least make a couple comments about the motion, if that's all right with the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I think we can now because he moved to table. Table is a non-debatable motion, as I know the gentleman knows. You will have an opportunity to strike the last word where you can make your arguments.
I think it's important to have this CBO report before we vote on this, Mr. Chairman. We've always done that historically. It seems very odd that we wouldn't have that, especially given the impact of this bill. It could increase our debt deficit dramatically. Millions of people are going to lose health insurance, and premiums are going to go up.
So, with all due respect, the gentleman is not recognized because we're on a motion to table. The motion to table is non-debatable. I know you're going to want a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. McMorris-Rogers. Mrs. McMorris-Rogers votes aye. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes aye. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mrs. Brooks. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mrs. Walters. Mrs. Walters votes aye. Mr. Costello.
Aye.
Mr. Costello votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Pallone.
Votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. No. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. No. Mr. Green votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Ms. Dingle. Chairman Walden.
Walden votes yes.
Chairman Walden votes aye.
Okay, members wishing to be recorded. How's the gentleman from Illinois?
Mr. Shimkus votes aye.
Gentleman from Kentucky?
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Flores votes aye.
Gentlelady from Indiana?
Mrs. Brooks votes aye.
Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Collins votes aye.
The gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Okay. Let's go. Yeah, gentleman from New York?
Mr. Engel votes no.
Gentlelady from Illinois?
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Gentlelady from California?
Ms. Matsui votes no.
Gentlelady from Florida?
Ms. Castor votes no.
All right. Are there other members who have not cast their vote that want to cast their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 31 ayes and 20 noes.
Motion to a table is approved. For what purpose, gentlemen from New Jersey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word on the
Gentleman's
substitute.
recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A wise man named Sam Rayburn, the longest-serving Speaker of the House and a former chairman of this committee, once said, and I quote, that any jackass can kick down a barn, but it takes a good carpenter to build one. For 7 years, Republicans vilified the Affordable Care Act. For 7 years, they stopped at nothing to undermine its success. They misled the public. They purposefully sabotaged the insurance markets through lawsuits, starving the stabilization programs of their funding, and administrative obstruction, and the list goes on. And they kept promising they had a better way. Year after year, speech after speech, they claimed they were working on a bill that could replace the law. First it was Speaker Boehner, then Speaker Ryan took the helm, and here we are. The illustrious so-called better way was finally released 2 days ago. But, Mr. Chairman, I don't understand what the rush is to hold this markup today. Again, statements were made that this was going to be through regular order. That's not true. There's not been a hearing in the Health Subcommittee. There's not been a markup in the Health Subcommittee. We're having a full committee markup to consider a bill that repeals the Affordable Care Act, considering that the bill was made public less than 48 hours ago, and the substitute, my understanding, was released yesterday. So why are Republicans scheduling a markup when they have not held one hearing on this bill? When our committee considered the Affordable Care Act during the 111th Congress, Democrats posted the bill for all to see for 30 days before markup. We also held 79 committee hearings and markups over a 2-year period in the committees of jurisdiction. This allowed us to hear from people who liked the bill as well as those who didn't, so that we could know what its impact would be. Now, at that time, I was chairman of the Subcommittee on Health, and the week after we publicly posted the bill, my subcommittee conducted 3 straight days of hearings on the bill. This is the proper way to proceed on a bill that is going to significantly impact every American and their health security. As members of Congress, we should have time to read and understand what this bill will do and won't do, what it will cost, who and how many people will be covered under the bill, and that's what hearings on this Republican repeal bill would have provided. But instead of hearings, the Republican majority wants to move right to a markup in the full committee. I think that's extremely unfortunate, to say the least. Scheduling this markup today, in my opinion, makes a mockery of an open and transparent process, not to mention the fact that, so far, until now, members were only given 1 minute to talk about it. So, Mr. Chairman, last week on March 2nd, all 24 committee Democrats sent you a letter, a copy of which I have here and would ask to be entered into the record without objection.
Without objection.
That letter recounted public statements made by Speaker Ryan promising, and I quote, a committee process with public engagement and transparency. And I'm sorry to say these are not the characteristics I would use to describe the manner in which the majority is proceeding on this bill. This legislation is going to have real and concrete effects on all Americans. It could be devastating for tens of millions of Americans who could lose their health care. The inconveniences that would result from delaying this markup and actually going through the regular committee process pale in comparison to the damage that hasty action invites. And so, Mr. Chairman, again, I don't understand the rush. My fear is that the Republicans don't want an open and transparent process because they don't want feedback from their constituents and the American people before marking it up. And the main reason that I say that people will lose their health insurance under this legislation is as follows. When we did the Affordable Care Act, we knew that a lot of people whose incomes were above the Medicaid level would not be able to afford to pay for a premium. We knew that people at a little higher income level, maybe up to $75,000, $80,000 for a family of 4, would only be able to afford it if they got a significant subsidy. What's happening here today with this bill is that that significant subsidy is going to disappear for those people at a little higher income, and those people under the expanded Medicaid will be dropped because the federal government is not going to give the states sufficient money to continue the expansion or even the traditional Medicaid because of the cap. And so the bottom line is the majority of people who got their coverage under the Affordable Care Act, who didn't have it before, are going to lose their coverage. And because of the cutbacks in Medicaid, states will begin not only throwing people off, but also rationing care and losing benefits because you've repealed the essential benefit package. And that is the devastation that comes from this bill in a nutshell. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Our member seeking recognition. Recognized gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Chairman of Oversight and Investigation, I want to put a few things on the record of hearings we have had on this issue. First of all, make sure we have on the record that when the previous bill, the Affordable Care Act, was presented before us, it changed considerably. And the bills that we did actually have our House floor bypassed much of this process. But on Monday, March 6, in 2017, we released a compendium of all of our oversight conducted by our committee since the law passed. It's been over the last 6 years. We compiled in its entirety for the first time. It exposed a lot of serious deficiencies in Obamacare or Affordable Care Act that have actually harmed the American people and wasted taxpayer dollars. It's paved the way to this legislation today. We have had over 31 oversight hearings on the Affordable Care Act. The Subcommittee on Oversight Investigation convened 18 hearings. The Subcommittee on Health convened 9 hearings in addition to legislative hearings. The O&I and Health Subcommittees convened 1 joint hearing. The full committee convened 3 hearings. There was 107 witnesses that testified before the committee, and 38 witnesses were administration officials. The committee released 5 investigative reports in the 114th Congress, including 59 findings and 9 recommendations. The committee's most notable oversight topics included: 1, the administration's decision to fund the cost-sharing reduction programs on the basic health program without a lawful appropriation. 2, the failed launch of healthcare.gov and mismanagement of the information technology systems by HHS and its component agencies. 3, the failure of 4 out of 17 state-based exchanges and the misuse of federal grant money in the creation and operations of state-based exchanges. And 4, the closure of 22 out of 28 co-ops, that is the consumer-operated and oriented plan, created by the Affordable Care Act and the associated loss of $2 billion in taxpayer dollars. The committee's Democrat members have long criticized the committee for the number of oversight hearings and investigations conducted by the committee and asked that we not hold more. But these investigations serve the essential function of creating a public record that clearly documents the serious problems and deficiencies that exist in Obamacare and its implementation. And I might add, many times I heard our friends on the other side saying they recognized there were problems with the Affordable Care Act and asked to work with us to overcome some of these problems. Most recently, the Democrat members have criticized Republicans for a, quote, lack of transparency, unquote, into plans to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. But the foundation for the committee's repeal and replace plans can be found in the thousands of pages of transcripts and hundreds of hours of testimony, the methodical and systematic oversight conducted by our committee. And does the Health Chairman have any other comments on that? I'll yield to Dr. Burgess, Chairman of the Health Subcommittee.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, just a couple of points on the fact that the Affordable Care Act is seeing serious problems. A third of all U.S. counties have only one insurer. By definition, that is the opposite of choice. In 2017, 7 states saw premiums increase more than 50%. That's the opposite of affordable. From a Congressional Budget Office perspective, the Congressional Budget Office score, now, Mr. Chairman, if I recall correctly, serving on the Health Subcommittee in 2009, we did not have a markup of H.R. 3200 in the Health Subcommittee. It was, in fact, a full committee markup. And in fact, when the reconciliation bill came forward in 2010, which allowed for the passage of the Affordable Care Act, I think that went directly to the Budget Committee and the floor. I don't recall having a markup of the reconciliation that allowed Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act to proceed. I don't recall having it here in this committee. I don't recall having a Congressional Budget Office score prior to that full committee markup in July of 2009. But the Congressional Budget Office,
Mr. Chairman.
Congressional Budget Office, on their own projections, said 21 million people would be covered under the Affordable Care Act today. I'm sorry, for calendar year 2016, that number, in fact, was 10 million. So the Congressional Budget Office score, while useful in helping guide Congress, is hardly the final word on the issue. And then finally, I need to reiterate that H.R. 3200, which was the House version of what became the Affordable Care Act, was marked up in the full committee. It did not come to our Health Subcommittee, and the reconciliation process did not come through our subcommittee or full committee. It went directly to the Budget Committee and to the floor. In fact, there was talk about it being deemed passed. Fortunately, that did not happen, but we did not come back to the committee. I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Other members seeking recognition.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, just to correct the record, there was a CBO.
Please state your point of order.
Point of order is that there was actually a misstatement, and that CBO did give us a score before it came out of the committee when the Affordable Care Act was passed back in 2009.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Other members seeking recognition. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Esches. For what purpose are you seeking recognition? Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that there is a huge deficiency here today around a very important topic, and that is that we don't have a CBO score. This is not something small or insignificant or some picky point just to be made. Healthcare is a very important sector of our national economy. We need to know what this is going to cost. We need to know what kind of health insurance is going to be possible, let alone is it really going to be feasible? How much is the bill going to cost? Who's going to pay for it? Is it going to add to the deficit? Is it going to bring the deficit down? These are major, major issues. And why it's left out, it's up to the majority to explain that. You either don't care about it or you're worried what it's going to bring out. I don't know, or I have a sense of it. But I want to reiterate for the record how essential it is to have the CBO score. You've been harping on this for almost 7 years. You can't wait a couple of weeks for the CBO to score your ideas? There are lots of promises in this, but I think that we're missing major facts. Less than 48 hours ago, this plan was unveiled to dismantle what is our healthcare system in our country. This isn't any small issue. And the words in these proposals, if they are to become law, walk right into people's lives. They walk right into people's lives. And I want to reiterate, I don't know what members here dropped their health insurance plan. Any of the Republicans disengage from the plan that we're all enrolled in? What's happened to your family? Mine has worked very well. I have no complaints about it. So I'll say once again, if it's good enough for members of Congress, it should be good enough for our constituents. Instead of providing members with the time to consider the details of the plan, and as I said, to get a score, there's an all-out rush here. And I guess it's more about the advertising than it is about substance. I believe that from what I've read in this plan, that people are going to lose health care. And I think those that get to have it are going to pay more. What happens to seniors in this? With the age rating, there's a multiplier to it. The older you get, the more you're going to pay. That's why AARP has weighed in, and they've weighed in a very heavy way. This is serious. For those of you that still have parents and are young, guess what? You're going to have to help them. Millennials, step up. Step up, because you're a stakeholder in this. What's going to happen to long-term care when you squeeze the hell out of Medicaid? What happens to people that have dementia and their children that need to help them? What's going to happen to that money? Your squeezing of Medicaid, your per capita cap, has a direct effect on long-term care for seniors, because Medicaid, almost 60% of it goes to long-term care. So, there is up, down, sideways, and the gentlewoman and the gentleman and the this and the that, and we're going to rush, and it was in room I don't know what not, and we're going to give Americans everything. The president wants more for people, not less. You know what? We are playing with people's lives here. Playing with people's lives. And unless these questions can be answered straight up, watch out, America, because it is misleading advertising in plain English. It's misleading advertising. So
Lady's time.
Mr. Chairman, I regret that you've scheduled this to rush it. No CBO score on
Gentlelady's
this.
time has
And the hurt that's awaiting the American people is of huge concern and should be everyone's.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the subcommittee on health, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes.
And first off, on the issue of our individual health insurance, because it was a requirement that you purchase insurance in the DC exchange, I did not do that. I purchased an unsubsidized bronze plan in the federal fallback exchange of the state of Texas, and I will tell you, it's the most god-awful insurance I have ever had. It was expensive, the premiums were beyond belief, they were paid with after-tax dollars, the deductible was just at $6,000, almost made the insurance unusable, but I thought it was important that I went through what everyone else in the individual market in my district was encountering. And it was that experience that led me to believe that there has to be a better way. Now, on the issue of the CBO score, looking at the committee report from HR 3200, Clause 3D of Rule 13 of the Rules of the House of Representatives requires an estimate and comparison of the costs that would be incurred in carrying out HR 3200. The committee anticipates that a CBO cost estimate letter will address these issues when the bill proceeds to consideration on the House floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back balance of his time. Chair recognizes gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. To me, the bottom line in this is the American people will be paying more and getting less. Now, nobody is saying that the Affordable Care Act was perfect. In fact, there were a lot of things, and some of the things that my friends on the other side of the aisle point out that were problems with the Affordable Care Act needed to be fixed. We could have fixed them. We could have put our heads together, and we could have tried our best to fix them. What this does, people don't care that much about the nuances of this. The bottom line for them is, how much am I going to have to pay, and what kind of care am I going to get? And I will bet that on both those occasions, this bill comes up short. People, the majority of people who are going to be affected by this bill, which is the majority of the American people, will wind up paying more and getting less. And if you are a senior citizen, forget it. If you are in the group that's almost a senior citizen, the 55 to 65 group, you get socked. And if you're people making very little money, $25,000, $30,000 a year, you are going to get socked. And that's the bottom line. You know, we come here and we debate on both sides of the aisle and we say things and whatever. The bottom line is people want to know what kind of health care am I getting and how much will I have to pay for it. And I will bet my bottom dollar that the vast majority of American people, based on what I've read in the bill and what we discussed on the bill, is that people will be paying more and getting less. So if Obamacare was flawed, this drives up the flaw even bigger and better. And the way we could have perhaps done it is putting our heads together, and I said this before, Medicare, Medicaid, any kind of big bill that you have, always has to be adjusted when you see what works and what doesn't work. That's what we should have been doing here as far as I'm concerned. My friends on the other side of the aisle's decision to charge ahead on this bill less than 2 days after its introduction is an affront to their constituents who are wondering how the bill would affect them. But it's also an indication that they're quite content to break one of the White House's central promises. And the promise is, I quote, come up with a new plan that's going to be better health care for more people at a lesser cost. This does the opposite. The mere fact that this markup is taking place shows that our Republican colleagues either aren't concerned with providing health care for more people at a lesser cost, or they know they can't do it with this bill. And why? Because the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office is yet to determine how much this bill would cost or how many Americans it would cover. Without that analysis, there is absolutely no reason to believe that this bill would achieve those goals, because if it did, Republicans would have held this markup with a readout from CBO in their hand, ready and willing to show Americans how their repeal bill works for them. And they're not doing that. So obviously, they have something to hide. I've heard suggestions that CBO's process is too lengthy and we can't wait. You know, Republicans have been promising a better way for 7 years, and I've never heard of a CBO analysis taking that long. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wish to move forward without knowing what this bill costs, or how many Americans it would cover, or who it would affect negatively, that's their prerogative. But it's time to be upfront about it. You aren't waiting for a CBO score, either because you're not concerned with giving better health care to more people, which I doubt, at a lesser cost, or because you know that this bill can't do it, which I think we're all going to find out pretty soon that that's going to be the case. I yield back the balance of my time.
Further members seeking recognition. Gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Bouchon, seeks recognition, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that, Republicans are committed to transparency and regular order, and this is simply the first step in the process. As with the development of any piece of legislation, Energy and Commerce Committee members and staff drafted and refined legislative language reflecting the concerns of our constituents and the mandate from voters to repeal and replace Obamacare. Working collaboratively with other committees, our counterparts in the Senate and the White House, we just introduced a bill that is now public and available for every American to go and read. Unlike Obamacare, 2,000 plus pages, our bill is under 100. And unlike Obamacare, members have a chance to read and understand what they're voting on. It's typical that the CBO does not score a bill prior to committee markup. We expect CBO to produce a score prior to any final legislation's consideration on the House floor, as is common procedure. In fact, we would respectfully remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that major portions of the ACA were marked up in the committee without a score, and the remaining parts that were in the 2010 reconciliation instructions were never marked up in this committee. Finally, the FY 2017 budget passed by the House and the Senate require that reconciliation instructions, like this legislation, reduce the deficit by $2 billion. Thus, the policies in this bill will only advance to the extent that they have an effect on cutting the budget. The CBO score is a red herring. And it's important to note that in the CBO score from the Affordable Care Act, it says here, it's important to note, from the CBO, it's important to note that the figures presented here do not represent a complete cost estimate for the coverage provisions of the legislation. They reflect specifications provided by the committee staff rather than detailed analysis of legislative language. They do not include certain costs that the government would incur to administer the proposed changes and the impact of the bill's provisions on other federal programs. Nevertheless, the estimates reflect a major budgetary effects of H.R. 3200. And, it's Clause 3D, Rule 13 of the Rules of the House of Representatives requires that an estimate in comparison of the costs that would be incurred in carrying out H.R. 3200. The committee anticipates that a CBO cost estimate letter will address these issues when the bill proceeds to the House floor, as Chairman Burgess just reported out, and this is from a committee report from, at the time, majority Democrats. So I think, Mr. Chairman, in my remaining time, I would just like to comment on also and make some supporters of our legislation. And let me just read this. This is, and I quote, "The President's per capita cap proposal responds to the pleas of those who want more cost discipline in Medicaid without terminating the guarantee of basic health and long-term care to 36 million Americans. Under the President's approach, states would have both incentives and tools to manage Medicaid more efficiently, and the federal government would maintain its commitment to sharing in the costs of providing care." This is from former Congressman Henry Waxman. I'd also like to point out that President Clinton said a per capita cap would limit the amount of federal spending per eligible person while retaining, I repeat, retaining current eligibility and benefit guidelines. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield.
Gentleman yield.
The gentleman will yield.
I just want to set the record straight. It's true that the rules didn't require the CBO score until later in the process, but before this committee marked up the Affordable Care Act, I think it was H.R. 3200, we had a CBO score in hand. We had it in hand. Thank you for yielding.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
So let me quote from the committee report from that time, and I quote, to the Budget Committee, quote, "Clause 3D of Rule 13 of the Rules of the House of Representatives requires an estimate in comparison of the costs that could be incurred in carrying out H.R. 3200. The committee anticipates the CBO cost estimate letter will address these issues when the bill proceeds to consideration on the House floor. That is a quote. Well, you didn't, apparently didn't share it because this is your report in the committee. So if you had it, it was locked up in a secret room somewhere and never shared, because this is actually, I know Speaker Pelosi told the National Association of Counties at the time you had to pass the bill so people could find out what's in it, and apparently CBO score going to reconciliation was the same way. I yield back to the gentleman
I yield
from
back.
Indiana. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. By the way, Speaker Pelosi was not part of the Energy and Commerce Committee, so maybe if she was, because I read the bill and I had 30 amendments to it in 2009. So, the concern I have after 7 years of demoralizing and politicizing and undermining the Affordable Care Act, we're here to mark up a sorry attempt to live up to false promises and advance a bill that's crafted in secrecy. While the specifics of the damaging efforts are not even fully known, make no mistake, it will lead to millions losing coverage, people paying more for less, and rationing of care. This plan makes every single meaningful metric worse for millions of Americans. It will lead to more people without insurance. It will lead to premiums going up, to copays going up, and to deductibles going up. It will lead to destabilizing markets and rationing of care. Under this plan, many Americans will be pushed into bad coverage that they can't afford to use, and millions more will become uninsured altogether. It's simple. The bill cuts taxes for the rich, raises premiums on older Americans, cuts financial assistance for low and middle income working families, leads to the rationing of care for more than 70 million Americans, including seniors in nursing homes, pregnant women, children, and people living with disabilities. The bill recycles failed ideas, has let in a lot worse problems. It's no way lives up to the rhetoric of President Trump, and said that the prescription for getting more people less will having coverage in all for all coverage paying more. More will come clear as experts and stakeholders study its effects, and the independent, nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office releases its estimates, but the basic truths are undeniable. Unlike this plan, the ACA had a clear policy goal. We wanted more people to have insurance, more affordable, robust, stop abusive practices of the insurance industry, and reduce long-term costs. Instead of working with us to build upon the ACA to the reality, we have this bill. Repeal and replace is a slogan, not a policy, and health care is a right for all, not a privilege for a few. The repeal bill will not protect patients and will not save money and will not help working families. Instead, it's a drastic and devastating step backward, and the only people who stand to benefit from it are the healthy and the wealthy. Health care is highly sensitive and deeply personal, and as President Trump apparently just realized, incredibly complicated. That's why we spent days and days on markup for the Affordable Care Act. The stakes could not be higher for the American people. But let me implore my colleagues to listen not just from us members of Congress, but to critics, from patients to economists to stakeholders like the American Medical Association, the American Hospital Association, and stop ramming this ill-conceived bill through. Let me read something, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent to place into the record, Mr. Chairman, the American Hospital Association letter in opposing this bill.
Without objection.
Let me just read some of it in my last few minutes. On behalf of the 5,000-member hospitals, health system, and health coverage organizations, including 270,000 affiliated physicians, 2 million nurses and other caregivers, the 43,000 healthcare leaders who belong to our professional groups, the American Hospital Association, expressing our views on the American Health Care Act, legislation to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. We believe that legislation needs to be reviewed and carefully evaluated regarding the impact of both individuals and the ability of hospitals and health systems, which are the backbone of our nation's health care safety net, in terms of our ability to care for all those people. Any ability to evaluate the American Health Care Act, however, is severely hampered by the lack of coverage estimates by the Congressional Budget Office. In addition to the lack of the CBO score, we have some additional policy concerns. For example, it appears that the effort to restructure Medicaid program will have the effect of making significant reductions in the program that provides services to our most vulnerable populations and pays providers significantly less than the cost providing now. Let me just close by saying health care is vitally important to working American families, and they rely on hospital systems. We recognize the measure represents a first step, but it's critical this process is thoughtful and focused. We as Congress protect our patients and find ways to maintain coverage for all Americans possible, with this bill does not. We look forward to continuing to work. We cannot support the American Health Care Act in its current form. That's why we need some amendments, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back balance of his time. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, the whip of the House, Mr. Scalise, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess we really need a little dose of reality as we're having this conversation, as my friends on the other side, I think, want to spend all day and all night and next morning trying to defend this failed law. I think we need to go and put that reality in place on what this law is really doing to families. CBO, by the way, this is the same CBO that when Obamacare did come to the floor, they made all those great promises about how it was going to lower premiums. We all remember those claims. Even the president said, you're going to pay $2,500 less. And Americans who have gotten double-digit increases every single year wonder when that promise is going to be fulfilled. And of course it can't be, because of all of the unworkable mandates and taxes in this law that we are going to repeal. CBO and the president talked about how it was going to reduce the deficit. We remember that promise that was broken. I haven't heard anybody apologize, by the way, for misleading the American people when they made that false claim, but that's in fact what happened. And so over the course of the last few years, and especially in the context of the presidential election that just occurred a few months ago, there was a debate in the public, and it was very clear. We as House Republicans and Senate Republicans have been running for years saying if we get the opportunity, we're going to repeal Obamacare. We made that very clear. And we held the majorities in the House and Senate with that promise. And then in the presidential election, Donald Trump, as a candidate for president, was very clear. He wants to repeal Obamacare and replace it. And Hillary Clinton was very clear she wanted to keep it. And so the public actually got to have a say in this. And they elected Donald Trump with that mandate of repealing Obamacare. So for anybody to think that we're going to just wait around and wait around, we've asked CBO, by the way, for a score. Anybody who thinks we're going to just wait and let some unelected bureaucrats in Washington stop us from following through on our promise to the American people that we're going to repeal this failed law and finally rescue them from the double-digit increases in premiums and from the $10,000 and more in deductibles and all the other things that have destroyed good health care for them, we're going to keep moving forward and fulfill that promise because the American people expect us to do it. They want us to do it, and CBO is eventually going to come up with a score before it goes to Budget Committee, before it goes to the House floor. But in the meantime, if they can't get the score out there, we're still going to move forward and follow through on that promise. And by the way, who are we making this promise to? I asked my constituents just a few weeks ago, share your stories with me. I want to know what Obamacare means to my constituents. I hear from them all the time for years, all the complaints. And look what I got. All of these constituents who have talked about how Obamacare is devastating health care for them. Look at the stories of the $4,500 deductible per family member that's destroying health care and jacking up their premiums. People want to be rescued from this law, and they had a say in the election. If the American people wanted Obamacare to stay in place, they knew they had a choice. Electing Donald Trump means you're going to help expedite the repeal of Obamacare, and he won the race. But why don't we listen to some other people that talked about Obamacare? I rarely quote Bill Clinton on health care policy, but Bill Clinton just a few months ago said, and I quote, "The people who are getting killed on this deal are small businesses, people and individuals who make just a little too much to get any of these subsidies because they're not organized. They don't have any bargaining power with the insurance companies, so they're getting whacked." This is Obamacare that Bill Clinton is talking about. I'll continue, and I quote, "So you've got this crazy system where all of a sudden 25 million more people have health care, and then the people who are out there busting it, sometimes 60 hours a week, wind up with their premiums doubled and their coverage cut in half. It's the craziest thing in the world. I completely agree with Bill Clinton on this, because it's destroying lives. It's jacking up costs for families. And when CBO comes up with the score, that's going to be great. But in the meantime, we're not going to wait on some unelected bureaucrats to provide relief from Obamacare to the American people. The country had their say. And I'm glad that they spoke loudly. I'm glad this was an issue in the campaign, because that means now there's a mandate. Because we talked about repealing Obamacare, and it was front and center in the debate. The American people spoke. We're not going to deny them this opportunity to get this much-needed relief from this disastrous law. Yield back.
The gentleman yield.
Gentlemen, yield back to the balance of his time, I believe. Recognize gentlelady from Colorado.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike
Thank you,
the last
Mr.
word.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the reason why we need the CBO score is not because of some arcane procedure in the rules. It's because we need to know how this bill is going to affect every single one of our constituents. Now, when we passed the original Affordable Care Act in 2009, we did have a CBO score before this committee marked it up. There was a verbal briefing on July 15th at 2 o'clock by the CBO, a bipartisan briefing, and then on July 17th, before this committee took the vote, this written CBO report came in. So everybody knew how much this was going to
Would
cost.
the gentlelady yield, just for
I will be
clarification, is that, can you give me the date on that letter, please?
I will respectfully ask to submit these documents for the record, and I'll let you look
Can
at
you
them
just
right now.
tell me the date on that while you have it?
July 17th.
Okay, thank you.
And I hope you'll give me a few extra seconds, Mr. Chairman. So then, then we found out after the majority repealed part of the Affordable Care Act a couple of years ago, exactly how it was going to impact Americans when the CBO issued a report then that said if you did this repeal and replace thing that the House passed and the Senate passed and Obama vetoed, 18 million people would lose their insurance. And then we find out today from a number of groups, and independent groups, including the American Enterprise Institute, that if we pass this bill today, for which we don't have a CBO score, then 10 to 15 million Americans could lose their insurance. Now, I would think that people would want to know if their constituents were going to lose their insurance before they would want to vote on this bill today. And if the CBO is going to have their score on Monday, I would think it would be an easy task to wait till Monday. Certainly, Paul Ryan, Joe Barton, Dave Camp, and John Klein thought it was important because on June 23, 2009, they sent a letter to Doug Elmendorf, the head of the CBO, demanding that we have a score from the CBO before we mark the bill up. And Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to put that letter and also the January 2017 CBO estimate into the record as well.
Just for clarification, July or January 2017? Or
January 2017.
2017, okay.
Now, I'd ask unanimous consent to put those in the record, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask unanimous consent to put those in the record.
Yeah, without objection. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So, Mr. Burgess doesn't think, apparently, that the members should care if their constituents are going to lose their insurance because he doesn't think the CBO is important. But it is important if our constituents lose their insurance. I just want to say a couple more things. My chairman, Tim Murphy, says that we had numerous hearings in the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee. We did have numerous hearings about the Affordable Care Act, but we've had 0 hearings about this bill. And I think it's extremely interesting that my Republican colleagues today have had 0 to say about the substance of their bill. They keep talking about this is important and our constituents don't like the ACA and so on and so forth. They're not talking about what's in here. And the reason why they're not is because this ill-conceived bill is going to be bad for their constituents. Coverage. After the election, President Trump said, and I quote, "We're going to have insurance for everybody." But at least according to the American Enterprise Institute, a lot of people are going to lose their coverage. Number two, affordability. President Trump also said we're going to have, quote, "much better health care at a much lower cost." But if you raise Americans' deductible, as this bill will do, if you gut the programs that help keep costs down, if you take away the premium support and put the tax credits in, Americans are going to pay a lot more money for their health care. Number three, protections for patients. Republicans also have promised to protect patients who have pre-existing conditions. Now, even though this repeal bill maintains the protections that are in the ACA, it's not going to stop insurance companies from raising everybody's rates. And also, older, sicker people are going to have insurance rates raised. I could go on and on. I have a lot more things to say, but the fact is, we could do this. Fred Upton and I and the whole committee, this whole committee together, we did 21st Century Cures. If we all took a step back and went back there, and we can go in the Republican lounge. I've spent a lot of hours there negotiating. We could go in there, we could improve and update the Affordable Care Act. I wish that's what we would do on behalf of our constituents.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, the vice chair of the committee and the former chairman and ranking member of the committee, Mr. Barton, for 5
I love
minutes.
vice, Mr. Chairman, so I'm glad to be the vice chairman. That's so fun. I want to comment, since the gentlelady from Colorado mentioned my name, about what she said. And the gentlelady is a good friend of mine, and at some point this year, she and I are going to work together. I don't think that point's going to be today, but we're going to work together. We did think that there should be a CBO score way back then. We never got it, not an official score, but I'll accept that we wanted one just like you want one. We want one too. We're all God's children. We all want a CBO score. It's not our fault that the CBO's sitting on their bottom and not helping us. But there was a, thank you, there was a letter sent to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Rangel of New York at that time, dated July the 17th, 2009. And in that letter, now it wasn't sent to Mr. Dingell, the chairman of our committee, it was sent to Mr. Rangel, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. They did say that they had completed a preliminary analysis of H.R. 3200, a preliminary analysis. Now, this verbal briefing that the gentlelady from Colorado referred to, the Republicans were excluded from, Mr. Chairman. We weren't allowed to come. I tried to come, and I wasn't allowed to. But I want to read from this letter that Mr. Rangel got. It says, it's important to note here that the figures presented do not represent a complete cost estimate for the coverage provisions. They reflect specifications provided by the committee staff, rather than a detailed analysis of the legislative language. They do not include certain costs that the government would incur to administer the proposed changes. They do not include the impact of the bill's provisions on other federal programs. Nevertheless, the estimates reflect the major net budgetary effects of H.R. 3200. Do you know what that net budgetary effect was, Mr. Chairman? It says it results in a net increase in the deficit of an estimated $65 billion by fiscal year 2019. It wasn't an official estimate, but to the extent they could do some preliminary numbers, they said it's going to cost $65 billion. Now, let's go fast forward to later in the year when the Budget Committee took up what had been H.R. 3200, although it wasn't called that at the time. This is a report to the House dated October the 14th, 2009, and several other members have referred to this, but where it talks about the committee cost estimate, it's pretty straightforward. Clause 3D of the Rule 13 of the Rules of the House of Representatives require an estimate and comparison of the costs that would be incurred in carrying out H.R. 3200. The committee anticipates that a CBO cost estimate letter will address these issues when the bill proceeds to consideration on the House floor, but it was not presented when it was sent when the Budget Committee took it up. So again, we want a score, they want a score. We don't have a score, we'll get a score, but that's not a reason not to mark this bill up. And with that, I will be happy to yield my time or yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, I believe, is next, Mr. Doyle, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to share a letter that I received from Governor Tom Wolf, who's governor of the great state of Pennsylvania. I've become very concerned of the effects of this bill on our Medicaid expansion program. Governor Wolf wrote me to express his concern regarding the American Care Act. He has urged us to vote no on this bill. I know he has sent copies of this letter to other Pennsylvania members. He said, in short, it will have a devastating consequence on our economy and our constituents. The legislation as it stands today would disrupt health care access and coverage for millions of Pennsylvanians. Currently, there are more than 2.8 million Pennsylvanians enrolled in Medicaid, more than 700,000 of whom have only recently been able to access Medicaid through the expansion that he put in place when he became governor in 2015. Of the people in the expansion population, 42,738 of them live in my congressional district. More than 1.2 million of the 2.8 million Medicaid enrollees are children. 387,000 of them are between the ages of 0 and 5 years old. There are more than 248,000 seniors receiving health care through Medicaid in Pennsylvania, and the program supports over 30,000 individuals with intellectual disabilities and autism so that they can live in their own communities as well. In his 2017-18 proposed budget, $18.5 billion of the total Medicaid budget, that's 62% of the budget, is going to be spent on older Pennsylvanians and people with disabilities. The proposal that we're considering here in Congress would freeze Medicaid enrollment for low-income adults without dependent children beyond 2020 and convert Medicaid to a per capita allotment using fiscal year 2016 as a base year with sanctions for states spending higher than their targeted aggregate amount. If the amount of federal funding for the expansion population is reduced, Pennsylvania's Department of Human Services estimates the cost of covering the more than 700,000 individuals in the expansion population would be $2 billion annually, not considering any adjustments for cost increases or inflation between now and 2020. In our current economic climate in Pennsylvania, this is simply not a cost the state can absorb. We will be forced to ration care for our most vulnerable residents, pitting seniors against individuals with disabilities, against sick children, in a race for who is sicker and who needs care more immediately. Separate and apart from Medicaid, more than 413,000 Pennsylvanians have signed up for coverage through the health insurance marketplace as of January 2017. 75% of those marketplace customers are estimated to be able to find a plan in 2017 for less than $100 a month as a result of financial assistance. Subsidies available through the Affordable Care Act currently offer protections for individuals living in rural and other areas where premiums tend to be higher. But the proposal that's being considered in Congress removes those subsidies for individuals based on income and geographic location and instead allocates tax credits based on age. This will have the disproportionate and unintended effect of increasing costs for some of our most vulnerable residents, most notably seniors, while decreasing costs and creating incentives for wealthy individuals and insurance companies. Seniors represent one of the fastest growing populations in Pennsylvania, and shifting the burden of expensive health care costs on them to offset costs for the rest of us is unfair and disingenuous. These are individuals who have lived and worked in our communities, sometimes their entire lives, and they will suddenly be at the mercy of health insurance companies who will no longer be restricted from charging them higher premiums than the rest of us. More than 2.9 million Pennsylvanians are age 60 and over, and research shows that nearly 70% of them reaching age 60 are expected to have long-term care service needs at some point in their lifetime. The American Health Care Act would cripple our state's ability to cover optional services currently offered by Medicaid, like prescription drug coverage and inpatient psychiatric care for individuals under the age of 21.
Time has expired.
And it goes on and on and on, and I'm sure later in the day we'll be able to finish the rest of that letter.
All right. Thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson, for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I thank the chair. In 2010, Obamacare promised a better quality of care at a lower cost with the doctor of your choice. All those promises have been broken. And one part of this bill tries to salvage, rescue some of those promises. It tries to make local care available with the doctor of your choice and lower cost. This bill imposes a one-year freeze on mandatory funding for community providers who are engaged in family planning services and reproductive health. It puts a ban, one-year ban, on those providers that provide abortions. In my home state of Texas, there are 36 such centers from one organization. They're in Athens, Texas, Arlington, Texas, 3 in Austin, Texas, Bedford, Texas, Brownsville, Cedar Hill, Dallas, 2, Denton, Dickinson, Fort Worth has 2, Harlingen, Houston has 6, Louisville, Mesquite, Paris, Plano, 5 in San Antonio, Spring, Stafford, my district, Tyler, and Waco. 36 centers. There are 37 federally qualified health centers in my state, and 300 more sites that give people access to the care they deserve. There are these sites in Alpine, Texas, La Mesa, Texas, Big Wells, Texas, and Fort Hancock, Texas. Fort Hancock is right there by El Paso on the border. To go to one of the clinics that we put the moratorium on with this bill, they have to drive 497.9 miles, 500 miles to get the care they deserve. That'll take 6 hours and 48 minutes. This bill simply says there's a better way. Local, federally qualified health centers. This provision is very modest. It simply removes the benefit of certain taxpayer dollars from large abortion providers if they continue to do abortions outside of the current law, called the Hyde Amendment. Unlike some of the other clinics that perform these services, federal qualified health centers provide comprehensive medical, dental, and mental health and other primary services. This bill does not change the availability of funds for women's health. It simply establishes a safeguard so the nation's large abortion clinics can't be providing such services through Medicaid, and this is access to care for local people who need that at their homes. A January 2007 Marist poll found 74% of Americans, including 54 of those who identify as pro-choice, are in favor of, quote, significant restrictions on abortion. A November 2016 Soon-Be-Athletes poll found that 56% of Americans oppose giving taxpayer dollars to some of these clinics. Reallocating these funds away from large abortion providers supports comprehensive health services in a better way to invest in women's health on a local level. And one thing back home about this bill, why it's so important we pass this bill. This came from a man back home. He is a 60-year-old self-employed geologist. In 2009, he had his own Blue Cross PPO, and it cost him $178 per month with a $500 deductible. That was great. Had my personal doctors. I could visit whoever I wanted and was covered. Obamacare came along, and the PPO increased to $1,000 a month. It's unaffordable. My bronze plan went up to $270 a month, and immediately escalated to $370 and then $470 per month. The HMO plan only allowed doctors who were in a small group. I was forced to change positions. Last year, Blue Cross changed my new rate change, $870 per month, a gut punching, $6,500 deductible. That's $16,304 I have to spend before coverage occurs. And that's why this bill is so important we pass it, because keep the promise made to the American people, better care, lower cost, doctor of choice.
Gentleman's time has expired. Other members seeking recognition. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republican repeal bill is nothing more than an attempt to rip coverage away from millions of people and ration care. And even if we can all agree, no, I'm sorry, I'm starting over. Here we go. I strike the last word.
I'm not resetting the clock.
Yeah, I already said that. The bad, sad thing. Okay. I move to strike the last word. I strongly oppose this legislation because it would rip insurance companies, insurance coverage from millions of people in ration care. I'd like to share the story of Tracy, a constituent of mine from Chicago, whose family has greatly benefited from the ACA. In 2013, Tracy's family got a phone call that changed their lives forever. Her husband, Carlo, had an aggressive form of leukemia. He was only 42 at the time. The situation was so dire that he was given 2 hours to arrive at Northwestern Hospital so that he could begin treatment. At that moment in anyone's life, the last thing they want to think about is how to afford the care they need to survive. But Tracy started looking into her insurance policy and noticed a $1 million cap on lifetime benefits and started to panic. It was entirely possible that her husband's care could exceed $1 million, and then what would they do? Luckily, she called her insurance company, who told her that because of Obamacare, her family's health insurance plan no longer has an annual or a lifetime limit. Her husband could get the care that he needed, and they would not have to worry about how that care would be covered. Tracy's husband is alive today because he had affordable insurance that provided him with the treatment he needed without fear of reaching his annual or lifetime cap, and he is now in remission, but has a 20% chance of his cancer returning. Not only can Tracy's family rest assured that because of Obamacare, her insurance plan cannot impose a limit, but also knows that her husband cannot be denied insurance or charged more for that insurance if he has to leave his job in order to get cancer treatment. And similarly, Tracy won't be penalized if she has to leave the workforce to care for her husband or another family member and lose her insurance coverage. So when Republicans talk about repealing the ACA, this is who they are talking about. They are talking about taking quality care away from my constituents, from their constituents, from cancer patients, and from families that would be bankrupt if they were forced to pay out of pocket for cancer treatment. And I'm here today, and many of us are here today, to stand up for Tracy, her family, and millions like them across the country. And I'm here to ask my Republican colleagues if they're listening to people around the country and hearing their demands. I'm here to ask Republicans to understand why their constituents are so afraid of what they're doing to Obamacare. And I'm here to ask Republicans, if they really came to Congress to take health care away from people who are desperate to have it, and how you will explain to seniors and people with disabilities and children that they don't deserve to be able to afford the health care that they need. I want to put in the record a letter from the AARP that I think all members got on behalf of the 38 million members of AARP in all 50 states and districts of Colombia and Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And this is what they say. We write today to express our opposition to the American Health Care Act. This bill would weaken Medicare's fiscal sustainability, dramatically increase health care costs for Americans aged 50 to 64, and put at risk the health care of millions of children and adults with disabilities and poor seniors who depend on the Medicare program for long-term services and supplies and other benefits. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent.
Of course, without
to put
objection.
This in the record. And I want to know how you will explain to someone that their insurance can charge them 30% more for their insurance just because they left the workforce to care for a sick family member or perhaps to take care of newborn children. And this includes people with pre-existing conditions. And so I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back balance for time. Are there other members seeking recognition to speak on this? I don't see anybody on the Republican side. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, right? Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am, like my Democratic colleagues, absolutely offended at the Republican effort to reduce people's access to care and make health care more expensive for low-income individuals, children, families, and older Americans. This is absolutely terrible. This is a nightmare, what we are seeing unfold today. Millions of Americans and tens of thousands of people in my district do not want to lose their health coverage, and this bill would deprive them of that right. And so I am outraged, Mr. Chairman. Many Americans are outraged that this secretive health care plan was finally made public after being sequestered in the bowels of the Capitol less than 2 days before this markup. The legislative text, and we've heard that from other members, was literally under lock and key and protected by armed Capitol Police
Would the
officers.
gentleman yield?
Yes, I will yield.
It was never in the Capitol. It was never under armed lock and key. It was a discussion draft in the Health Committee Subcommittee office. So just to set the record right, because I think I know on that one.
So the news reports that this...
That was totally wrong.
So you deny that it was under lock and key?
Well, if they locked the Health Subcommittee room when they left for the night. But it was never in the Capitol. It was a discussion draft, had a lot of opportunity for improvement. It's like you do. I mean, we're waiting to see your amendments anytime. But
right.
Just so you know, it was never over where they said it was. It was pretty laughable, actually.
Right.
But I didn't want anybody to use up their
reclaiming my
copy or
time.
toner or paper.
Well, we've been led to believe, Mr. Chairman, that the legislative text was literally under lock and key, and I hope the news coverage today will continue to investigate whether that is true or not. In this time of Republicans tripping over themselves to save taxpayer money, the political theater that you allowed to be created is a terrible use of taxpayer money, and I think the American people, both Republican and Democrat, deserve an explanation and an apology if it happened. Many Republicans are rightly upset as a select few members of this committee and the Republican conference drafted this bill in the cover of night with input from the White House. And I would like to, at a later time, probably 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, ask staff what input, if any, the White House had in the drafting. It is clear that the Republican conference and the committee Republicans are not on the same page about how to help Americans access affordable health care. To what extent was the president involved in the drafting of this bill? To what extent was the White House staff involved? Mr. Trump, President Trump, has said repeatedly, both during the campaign for president and after he was sworn into office, that everybody, and he said it many times, that everybody has to be taken care of and that the government is going to pay for it. This draft bill, Mr. Chairman, misses that mark entirely. Also, the CBO has not had a chance to look at this bill in order to provide a cost estimate. How can members vote on a bill? How can we vote on a bill when we do not have estimates of who it might impact and how much it might cost? You are asking us, Mr. Chairman, to commit legislative malpractice. We need to be informed. Don't you think, Mr. Chairman, that the American people and committee members deserve to know how much this is going to cost the taxpayers and how many people will be affected? Democrats have known for years that health care is complicated. That's no secret. President Trump has apparently just come to that realization. The ACA went through extensive debate and changes before the law was passed. I remember it so well, I was here. Our constituents and patient groups in the healthcare industry all were able to consider the bill and provide input before President Obama signed it into law. This markup has cut everyone, all of our constituents, out of the process. They deserve better, and you, Mr. Chairman, and my Republican colleagues should rethink your decision to go forward, at least delay the final vote in this committee until after we receive the CBO score. After 7 years of complaining about the ACA and actively trying to disrupt it and cause it to fail, it's disheartening now to see a plan to supplant it that would eliminate coverage for millions. This proposal contradicts Republicans' promises to ensure people can keep their coverage, and I would hope that we can expect more. Since the beginning of this Congress, only a few months ago, I've been in this room many times while Republicans have discussed ways to make it harder for people to access their care. I represent one of the poor districts in the country, and I hear from my constituents every day about their desire to see an increase in access to health care. I have more, Mr. Chairman, that I will share with the committee later this evening. I yield back.
All right, thank the gentleman for his comments. There are members of this side who recognize, just as a matter of procedure and process, they've called votes on the House floor. So what I thought I'd do is take one more motion to strike the last word, and then we'll break so people have time to go over the votes. We'll resume immediately after the votes, but we'll obviously wait till members get back. So I now recognize the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so pleased to hear one of my colleagues across the aisle finally admit that legislative malpractice was there when Speaker Pelosi said we were going to have to pass something in order to read it and find out what was in it. And I will also say I think it is legislative malpractice to pass something that is false hopes. And according to many of my constituents, that's exactly what has happened with the Affordable Care Act. Just to read you through some of the letters from my constituents. From a substitute teacher, is there any possible relief that I might avail myself of to help offset this $1,500 penalty I'm having to pay? Is there anything I can do in order to not have to pay the penalty? Here's another one. I purchased my own insurance and have watched it go from $480 with copays for the doctor and scripts to $942 with $2,500 deductible before any copays or prescriptions, and then an 80-20 amount up to $6,700. All this in only 3 years. All of those changes. When the ACA was passed, our insurance went up 17% and our deductible from $2,500 to $6,400 a piece. That's a total of $12,800 for our family. And now we have a 64% increase. Another one, now here we are in 2016, still left in peril with fewer options to meet our needs. So there you go. Another one, in 2016, I paid full premium, $909 a month, for my ACA plan and got no coverage because of the high $6,500 individual deductible my wife and I were assigned. In 2017, the cost for the plan jumped to $1,950 a month. We received a $1,470 subsidy, lowering the premium to $480 a month because we were living off taxable savings and our income will be under $30,000. Our deductibles came down to $1,200, but the only qualifier is taxable income to determine the subsidies. This program is a mess. Okay, and then the list goes on and on. We've got just so many of them. Here we go again as another constituent. Last year, my rates went through the roof. This year, my provider has dropped me along with thousands of others in Nashville, Knoxville, and Memphis. The very problems Obamacare was supposed to address have only escalated. So there you go. The letters continue to come. The point, this is something that is a false hope. This is why we are hard at work on this. And Mr. Chairman, I have the letter from Secretary Price endorsing the reconciliation recommendations that are before us, and I would like to submit that letter for the record. To my colleagues,
Without objection, so ordered.
This is something that needs our attention. It is time for us to clean this law up. I yield back.
Generally yields back balance for time. At this time, I think we'll take the committee into recess, and for members to go vote on the House floor, we'll resume our deliberations upon completion of the votes and members' opportunity to get back here. So the committee stands in recess.
How bad it is, but they don't say how they're going to improve it.
I love it. They talk about the affordability.
So I think we have to keep using that.
All right.
Oh, family's here.
down here to get Jan, bring Jan her lunch.
I just came down to do a meeting. I brought a meeting down. I'm just gonna steal this, refill it. Oh my God, I'm worn out. I'm sitting down. I've been watching. That's what I've been doing. I had some of my own, but I had a weekend after this happened. Everything was scheduled. We just moved to me. Chair and pull the chair.
She's anchoring the health office right now. She's over here helping. She's helping Matt mostly, but she texted me like.
She got like an hour. She like emailed me and she was like, "Are the 4 lines forwarded?" I was like, "You can call forward." Use your brain. You know you're smart.
Why do we have this like picture of scene of the Capitol right now?
It like, doesn't even look good.
I mean, all right. I like it when they yeah.
This isn't ONI. This is from the ONI 2009 ACA.
Yeah, everyone.
figured you'd need a change.
I feel like to breathe. You need to go.
I need to go like
Dating app. Treat them like you treat your potential suitors. Too short.
So like they'll sit up there. That's what I'll do. That's where the mark is sitting right now.
Say well be.
Yes.
Take one picture.
Love it. All right, Miles. So I am not. I was just telling I was like, I'm going back in a half hour. And I think you're talking about a good another hour and a half. 2 hours before. Right. So I think so you should. Right. So I think, did you find this into the So I think we should just wait. Steps today. It's not the physical ones. So like they break up in teams. I want to see how she changes. Oh, okay. Did I tell you yesterday when we were ordering dinner? You didn't see that. The guy on the phone was like, Olivia. Yeah, but I was like, yeah, like what planet are you traveling? There were last week at
Okay, we'll call back to order the Committee on Energy and Commerce. Are there any amendments? Does anyone have any amendments they want to
Chairman?
offer? Yes.
Aren't we still on strike the last word?
We can be, yes. But I was going to check and see if anybody had any amendments.
We want to keep moving to straight.
If there's no one else seeking
All right.
to be sought, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized to strike the last word.
That'd be fine. I'd be delighted to recognize my friend from New Mexico for the last word, right?
The very previous word, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question of counsel. On page 62 of the bill, where it's titled penalty, can counsel answer when people with pre-existing conditions would get hit with the 30% increase penalty?
The penalty doesn't pertain to individuals with pre-existing conditions specifically.
So people with pre-existing conditions will not ever get hit with the 30% penalty?
The penalty applies to anyone who does not maintain continuous coverage,
Does that include people with pre-existing conditions?
with or without pre-existing conditions.
So does that include people with pre-existing conditions?
Yes, that's right, with or without pre-existing conditions.
Can counsel tell us how much this bill costs?
We don't have a score yet from the Congressional Budget Office.
Can counsel tell us when a CBO score will come?
Not at this time.
Can counsel tell me if the bill that was read earlier is the entire Republican bill?
So the Ains before us is the E and C instructions.
When you say the E and C instructions, does that mean there's another part of this bill somewhere?
There's another committee marking up, the Ways and Means Committee, right now.
So right now, in what's been described as phase one of the Republican repeal plan, there's two pieces of legislation currently being marked up?
That's correct.
So it's the House E&C and Ways and Means Committees both?
That's correct.
When we get a CBO score, will it include the entirety of both versions of the bill cumulatively?
That's our expectation.
When we get a CBO score, will it include phases 1, 2, and 3, as have been described by President Trump and Speaker Paul Ryan, that there in fact are 3 phases that the repeal effort is going through?
The Congressional Budget Office will score the legislation before them.
So have the Republicans submitted phases 1, 2, and 3 before the CBO?
The committee has talked with the Congressional Budget Office about a variety of pieces of legislation.
Can General Counsel not answer that question? Do you know if phases 1, 2, and 3 have been submitted to the CBO?
If the gentleman would yield, I might be able to help.
Quickly,
on
Mr.
that.
Chairman, because we only got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, I'll try and make it quick. First of all, bucket three is all kinds of legislative activities that we hope to have bipartisan support on. So if there's some we've talked about in terms of other bills we've even had hearings on. So it's not really fair to counsel because he doesn't know all the things we're working on. So
Reclaiming my time, does counsel know who on the Energy and Commerce Committee staff submits legislation to the CBO for a score?
Any committee or personal office may submit legislation to the Congressional Budget Office for review.
Mr. Chairman, the point I'm trying to get here is it does not appear very clear that our Republican colleagues in the majority, nor any of us in the minority, are going to get a true score. It appears that the score that we're going to get that's supposed to come next Monday, per Speaker Ryan, is only going to be on the parts that are currently before Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means. Somebody earlier said, of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that bureaucrats were not going to be not going to let unelected bureaucrats make decisions. Everything that was described by President Trump and Speaker Ryan today at a press conference said that it's going to an unelected bureaucrat at HHS, Dr. Price, Secretary Price, to figure out whatever phase 2 is. And then we're going to get phase 3 back over here. So when our Republican colleagues are saying that this is going to save the American people money, does council doesn't have a score to show whether it's going to cost more or cost less?
We don't have a score on the E&C print, the bill before us.
Is there a baseline that council can maybe point me to in the bill that's before us today of at least the minimum cost that's currently in this bill?
Mr. Lujan, what do you mean by baseline?
Anything. I mean, is there something
Baseline
in here
of
that
what?
costs $1? Is there
Baseline
something
of what?
Is there something in the bill that shows that there's any cost to council's understanding?
Well, so for example, the Patient and State Stability Program, that program is funded at $100 billion over 10 years.
So can I direct you to page 51 of the bill? What's listed on page 51 of the bill?
Just for clarification, if I might, are you talking about the amendment?
I'm just trying to
in the
get a
nature-
cost, Mr. Chairman.
No,
of
no,
any-
the amendment in the nature of the substitute when you say bill?
Look, whatever's in front of the council, you know, I
Well,
know
we just
that
want to make sure if page 51 that you are looking at is the same as
page 51
council.
of what the staff read. What's on page 51 of what the staff read?
It's the allocation for appropriation.
Are there a lot of numbers there?
Yes, there
Are
are.
each of those lines listed in billions?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you if that added up to $1 trillion? 30 plus 30 plus 10, 7 times gets to $1 trillion. All I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is I hope we get a score in the bill that's before us. That quickly gets you to $1 trillion, and that doesn't include whatever is happening at the Ways and Means Committee. There are a lot of questions pending in front of us, and I certainly hope that we get answers to all of these, because as our colleagues have said, when they've asked for
Gentleman's
14
time
days
has
and 72
expired.
hours of things to be posted, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and just for all the committee members, minority, majority staff are notified of the CBO score, I believe, at the same time. I'm being advised by council. So you will be notified when we're notified. We all want that. You might check the math, too. I don't believe that's $1 trillion there. It's probably $100 billion, which is what he referenced. There's actually a big difference between $100 billion and $1 trillion.
Mr. Chairman,
are there other
would you yield to
members
that?
seeking recognition? Has Ms. Matsui already spoken? She has not. Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, Republicans need to understand how this bill is going to hurt people's lives. I have received, as many of my colleagues have, hundreds and hundreds of stories from people in their districts, and certainly in my district in Sacramento. Many calls and in town halls and on social media who are scared about what an ACA repeal would mean for their families. I'd like to share the story of one of my constituents, Carice Hill. Carice is an amazing advocate who shared her story with me and was at my healthcare town hall a few weeks ago. Several years ago, Carice found out she had a severe disease that causes painful inflammation in the spine and other joints in the body. To insurers, Carice's illness was a pre-existing condition. Worried that she would be denied coverage, Carice had to refrain from seeking treatment until receiving the official word that she was able to get health insurance. And even with insurance, Carice's out-of-pocket costs were more than her limited budget could handle. But with the passage of the Affordable Care Act, Carice was able to sign up for a plan that was in her price range. She was able to do so thanks to the assistance provided in the ACA to help millions of Americans afford health care. As Carice said, the Affordable Care Act made me feel invested in a system where I felt I had options, control, and more transparency. Now, with Republicans' attempt to repeal the ACA, Carice lives with uncertainty and fear once again. She's worried that recipients of Medicaid, like herself, will suffer. I wish I could tell Carice not to worry. But now I'm going to have to tell her that my Republican colleagues on this committee want to end the Medicaid expansion, ripping the health care safety net away from millions in California alone. Carice is worried that if her health insurance is taken away because of her pre-existing condition, her next medical emergency will result in financial ruin. Now, I'm going to have to tell her that Republicans on this committee are failing to fully protect people like her with pre-existing conditions by severely penalizing those who may experience a lapse in coverage for any reason. Let's call this what it is, a sick tax. Carice can't wait for the treatments that she requires. And we can't go back to a time when getting the medical care people needed was not possible because of unfair barriers in the system that were of no fault of their own. For people like Carice, this is too important for Republicans to be playing political games. Now, I'm going to do everything I can, and I'm sure my colleagues on this side of the aisle also, to fight for people like Carice and the millions of others who depend on the ACA to live healthy and productive lives with their families. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to ask questions of counsel. Counsel, there are accusations that this reconciliation set of instructions before us today would do some things that I believe are not included in the text and that we're not doing. I'd like to ask you a series of technical questions. First, does the language end the ban on lifetime or annual health insurance limits? Yes or no?
No.
So the language here does not, we're doing nothing to eliminate the limits or go back to where there are limits on health insurance, right? And where can this be found in the underlying law?
Lifetime and annual limits are within Section 2711 of the Affordable Care Act.
And we do not repeal Section 2711 of the Affordable Care Act.
Correct. And, excuse me, the Public Health Service Act.
Public Health Service Act.
2711 of the Public Health Service Act.
Does this language end the prohibition on rescissions?
No.
And where can this be found in the law? It should be nearby 2711, if memory serves me right.
It's within Title 27 of the Public Health Service Act. We're trying to find the exact section.
You might look at 2712.
2712 is right.
There you go. It's my lucky day. So there's a prohibition on rescissions. We do not repeal that. Does the language end coverage of preventive health services? Yes or no?
No.
So our language does not end the provision of coverage of preventive health services. And where can this be found in the law? Is that under 2711?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, does this language end the prohibition of pre-existing condition exclusions or other discrimination based on health status?
No.
And where can this be found in the law?
Section 2704.
So prohibition of pre-existing condition exclusions or other discrimination based on health status. We do not repeal that protection.
That's correct.
Does this language end guaranteed availability of coverage?
No.
And where can this be found in the law?
It's 2702 of the Public Health Service Act.
And that's the guaranteed availability of coverage. So nothing we're doing here removes lifetime caps. You don't go back to the days of pre-existing conditions being excluded, and we make sure there's coverage available. So 5 for 5. Does this language end guaranteed renewability of coverage?
No.
And where can this be found in the law?
That's within Section 2703 of the Public Health Service Act.
Okay. Does this language end the practice of dependents staying on their parents' plans until they're 26?
No.
Okay. And where can this be found in the law?
Section 2714 of the Public Health Service Act.
Does this language end the ban on gender rating, meaning that we would go back to a situation where insurance companies charge women more than men?
No.
No. And where can this be found in the law?
Section 2701 of the Public Health Service Act.
Okay. I've got one more. Does this language reopen Medicare Part D's so-called donut hole?
No.
And where can this be found in the law?
It's Section 1860D.
-14A, I believe.
That's right.
The Medicare Coverage Gap Discount Program. So the point I'm trying to make here is, I know when I went over to vote, I'm getting all these questions about what we're doing and what may be happening. We've had members be told by a major news network that we're eliminating coverage for black lung disease. The point here, let's get to the truth. And the truth is right before us in what we are or we're not doing on reconciliation. And we are protecting American citizens who have pre-existing conditions. We're not going back to the days of lifetime caps on your health insurance. We're not kicking your kids off health insurance, at least till they turn 26, which is the current law. We may help you kick them out of the basement at some point, but we're not kicking them off insurance. We're maintaining the existing protections and the existing law in all of these sections. And so I think it's really important for our members who are deliberating on these matters to understand the point of law, the point of the reconciliation, what we're doing, and what we're actually not doing. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Are there other members seeking recognition? Ms. Castor for 5 minutes for purposes of striking the last word.
Move to strike the last word. Well, Mr. Chairman, the point is when you rip away coverage, affordable coverage from millions of Americans, then what good is a consumer protection against discrimination or discrimination for pre-existing conditions? And keeping your child on your policy till they're 26 if you can't afford coverage anymore because you remove the tax credits, you remove the pieces that make this affordable, you eliminate what we've been able to do in creating this broad insurance pool for individuals and people, entrepreneurs, and some small business owners to be able to go in and pool their purchasing power. So you say, yeah, we're not eliminating those protections, but if you can't afford an insurance policy, how are you going to be able to have that protection? So I just had to make that counterpoint. And I know we continue to talk about why it's important to understand what this bill costs and how many people are going to be uninsured because of it. And I think everyone has to acknowledge it's not fair to ask the American people to wait until Monday. Is that responsible? It's not responsible for a legislative body to say, we're just going to go ahead and act before we really know the cost to the deficit and how many people are going to be uninsured because of this. And one of the reasons this is so serious is that the Republicans are engaging in a little bit of trickery. I grant you that you ran and you've said for the past 7 years, we want to repeal the Affordable Care Act. I understand that. I've heard it a number of times. But the bulk of this bill actually is a fundamental annihilation of what care we provide across America for seniors in nursing homes, Alzheimer's patients, kids, and the disabled under Medicaid. How many of you heard that larger discussion as part of a campaign? You go back, did you hear, was that really an issue when they talked about repealing the ACA? Did you understand what that meant for working families across America? The bulk of this bill, when you count up all the pages, and really the monetary impact in a lot of ways, is targeted to folks that really don't have a voice. They don't have the high-paid lobbyists here. And the reason this is so serious and particularly insidious is because the GOP bills cut Medicaid while providing immediate windfall to millionaires. It operates like a tax increase on middle class and working families. The top 400 earners in America would see a tax break of about $7 million per year. Meanwhile, if you have a loved one that has to go in skilled nursing, the support is not going to be there for you in future years. They estimate, there's one estimate out there, we don't really know because we don't have the CBO score, but the Center for Budget Policy, CBPP, has said this could mean about $380 billion lost to states. So millionaires will get a big tax cut, averaging about $57,000 apiece. Meanwhile, you're going to take billions from children or loved ones with Alzheimer's or a condition that requires nursing home care or home and community-based care. And that's why you hear a lot of governors and states saying, whoa, because they know that's morally repugnant. And what they'll have to do is make a very difficult decision. And they'll hear directly from their neighbors, won't they? That they may have to raise taxes to do this. Raise taxes, provide care for kids. And meanwhile, it's largely hidden. This has been sprung on us. I know there's been talk in past years that they want to reform Medicaid and turn it into block grants, but now this is what this vote means without understanding the real impact and how many families are going to be affected. I do have a couple of questions for council, though. Is there any portion of this bill that tackles the high cost of pharmaceuticals?
There's no provision related to pharmaceuticals.
See, that's one of the things where we could work on improving the Affordable Care Act and driving down costs rather than impacting kids and our older neighbors. We could tackle the high cost of pharmaceuticals or bring greater competition to some areas. Here's my next question. It's apparent the Republican bill irresponsibly harms the Medicare. We learned there are some estimates out there that the Medicare Trust Fund now is 2 years more insolvent. Meanwhile, the ACA
Gentlelady's time has
improved the
expired.
solvency. Is there anything in this
The
bill?
gentlelady's time has expired. Chair recognizes
Now
the
the
gentleman
answer.
from West Virginia, Mr. McKinley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And striking the last word, I've got a series of questions, perhaps back to council, if I might. During the break, I had an opportunity to speak to one of the networks, and they were suggesting to us, Mr. Chairman, that this bill is going to strike the black lung benefits of the coal miners in this country. Now, I spent 7 years working to try to help our coal miners. The past 8 years administration killed 83,000 coal miner jobs across this country. And the last thing that I would be doing would be supporting something that would help them or reduce their health care benefits, particularly as it relates to black lung. So my question to you then, Council, is there anything in this bill that does away with the black lung benefits to our coal miners?
There's nothing in this bill that would affect coal miner benefits.
And could it be in one of, do we have the 100 plus amendments yet? Have they been delivered? Do we have it? So could it be in one of these mysterious amendments that are still to be addressed that perhaps something could be done? Is that possible? Because if it's not in the bill, I don't know where someone's getting this story unless it's one of those someone's making up stories to try to drive a wedge between us and the 26 states that mine coal. Is there anything there that you know of? You haven't seen the amendments yet either?
We have not seen an amendment related to black lung benefits.
All these amendments remain mysterious, behind closed doors, locked or whatever. We haven't seen any of them yet.
I believe some amendments have been filed.
Okay. But importantly right now is I just want to make sure for the coal fields, numbers of us represent those coal fields across the 26 states. None of our coal miners are going to lose their black lung benefits. I want to make sure that's clear on the record.
Yeah, there's no provision within this bill that affects black lung benefits.
So would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Mr. McKinley, so you're concerned, based on a network news request, that there's something out there that's going to hurt our coal miners, the black lung?
So someone is apparently.
So you think maybe the Democrats have an amendment that does that?
That's the only thing I can think of because it's certainly not in the bill. So I can only think that there must be something coming in one of these mysterious 100.
This could easily, if gentlemen would yield, this could be easily resolved if the Democrats would just make their amendments available for the public to see.
Wouldn't that be novel? Thank
Will
you.
the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield, Mr. McKinley?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I think I can speak for all my colleagues on this side of the aisle. We don't have any amendments that we plan to offer that will stop benefits for black lung disease sufferers.
Thank you.
But I would say,
my question is why? Why do you think that's out there?
well, I think it might be out there. I'll tell you, I think it might be out there because of some of the provisions of your bill. Is, for example, let's say one of your miners gets sick and they lose their job and then their insurance lapses, then they try to re-enroll in their insurance, then they'd have to pay a 30% higher premium and they might not be able to afford that premium. That's the only thing I could think of, and there's some other provisions in the bill that might be similar to that in your bill that people would be concerned. Or, for example, if somebody is between 50 and 65 years old and their insurance premium goes up because of the rating, then they might have to pay higher insurance. That's what
if I could
those news
reclaim my
reports might
time,
be about.
With all due respect, that's not how the policy
Okay.
works for our
Okay.
coal miners in the industry. That they're not going to be subject to this because they have provisions under their bargaining rights of what they've done with it. I just want to make sure that nothing happens to them because it started yesterday. I had a group come in my office, ask a question, and now the media is talking about somebody's trying to drive a wedge on this bill when they're using something that's absolutely just incorrect. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Are there other members seeking recognition? I think I need to go to Mr. Rush next, is my understanding. Mr. Rush, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's an adage, a familiar adage that says you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And Mr. Chairman, the Republicans seem to ignore the fact that the popular vote taken this past November was overwhelmingly against the election of Donald Trump as the President of the United States. I say overwhelmingly because the difference was over 3 million votes. Notwithstanding the fact, Mr. Chairman, that the majority of the voters in the last election voted against the Republicans' so-called mandates to repeal the ACA, we're here trying to do away with something that the American people have demonstrably, with their votes, aggressively defended. Where is this notion coming from that you have a mandate from the American people to take this dastardly path that you are so determined to take this afternoon with this bill? In my district, Mr. Chairman, there are over 212 Medicaid, 2012 Medicaid enrollees. These are not just numbers. These are people, families, individuals, their mothers, their fathers, daughters and sons, who rely on their government to ensure that they can afford health care. Mr. Chairman, I was really appalled late yesterday watching the evening news when I saw a leading member of the Republican caucus being interviewed on one of their networks. And he had the arrogant audacity to say that people should stop buying the latest cell phone and stop paying their premiums, their health premiums. Have we, members of this Congress, reached this new level of callousness and disregard for our fellow citizens and the basic right of human health care for everybody? There are young children who rely on this program, this Medicaid program, to afford life-saving medication to treat their asthma and other kinds of diseases. Mr. Chairman, I probably in the last 6 months have paid more attention, been in the company of more recipients of Medicaid than I would say any other member of this committee. My wife is at this very moment fighting for her life. And invariably, I'm at the University of Chicago Medical Center interacting with other patients. And I know that these patients are relying on Medicaid. My wife, thank God, is not relying on Medicaid. Your wife, if she was in the same condition, she would not be relying on Medicaid. But that don't ignore the fact eliminate the fact that you have constituents, I have constituents, all relying on Medicaid. The senior citizens in our districts who rely on long-term care that this program provides to ensure that their health is stable. Abolishing the Medicaid expansion will prevent 55,000 of my constituents from accessing affordable health care and will have a detrimental effect for them and for our society as a whole. Cancer patients, asthma patients, all kinds of patients relying on this, on Medicare. And it's
Gentleman's time has.
shameful. It's shameful. It's a downright shame that we're here dealing with this issue. When the American people are suffering.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition on the Republican side? Is there anybody on the Republican side? If not, we'll go to Mr. Sarbanes, I believe is next. Ms. Escher, just for the record, you already struck the last word on this. Well, we'll try and get through our members that haven't had a chance. So, Mr. Sarbanes, you're recognized for 5 minutes. And just before we start the clock, there's another call for a motion to adjourn on the House floor. So we will break to vote for that or against that, depending upon your persuasion. But right now, we'll go to Mr. Sarbanes for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. I wanted to take the opportunity to speak directly to some of the people out there that I think are going to be harmed by this proposal. And let me start with people in their early, mid-50s who were hit hard over the last few years, particularly in the economic downturn of 2009. Many of them lost their jobs. And then when the economy picked back up a little bit, they discovered that those jobs have become automated, they've been replaced. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people across the country. They're now scraping a living together, working a lot of part-time jobs. They don't have employer-sponsored health coverage. They're exactly the kind of person who's been benefiting by being able to go and purchase an individual plan in the health exchanges that were set up under the Affordable Care Act. But here's what's going to happen to you. First of all, the premiums are going to become more expensive because the age rating guidelines that were put in place by the Affordable Care Act, those are gone under this bill. Secondly, the cost of deductibles and other out-of-pocket expenses, co-payments, there won't be the relief there that the Affordable Care Act now provides to lessen that burden and make it easier to afford those things. Thirdly, the tax credits, the affordability tax credits that were there to help you afford that premium, that were very robust and were based on a number of factors, age and income and geography. Those are now going to be replaced by downgraded credits, flat credits that will not make up for the loss in the purchasing power of the credits that currently exist. The bottom line is that for people in your situation, the repeal of the Affordable Care Act is going to make things much, much more difficult. And it's important for people to understand how this is going to impact their specific situation. So I want to try to make that clear, and I think it's a reason that Americans need to pay very close attention to what's being proposed here. Let me talk to another group of people out there that I think will be severely impacted. There are thousands of families across this country who we know are experiencing the pain and anguish of a loved one who is suffering from an opioid or heroin addiction. And they need treatment services. They need support. Many of those families, many of you who are looking for treatment opportunities for someone in your family, are benefiting now because of the Medicaid expansion, because the essential health benefit plans that are provided through Medicaid now cover these kinds of treatment services to bring some relief to the anguish of your families. Under this proposal, the Medicaid expansion will be undermined. Ultimately, the essential health benefits plans and the kinds of benefits that will be covered, including these sorts of treatment services, will fall away. And that kind of support, that treatment for your families, for those who are experiencing this pain of addiction across the country, will no longer be available. There isn't a community in this country, there isn't a congressional district in this country that hasn't experienced this crisis. So we need to think carefully before we move forward with this repeal. We can't have a repeal that's going to put people in that dire situation. And we're going to do our best on this side of the aisle to provide good information to all of the various groups out there that are being impacted by this proposal. If you put it in the context, particularly if you put it in the context of these families that will be hard hit when the Medicaid expansion is pulled back, and when we really upend the traditional Medicaid program in the ways that are being proposed, it leaves no conclusion but to view this bill as wrong-headed, immoral, and fundamentally inhumane, and for those reasons, we should reject it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The committee will be in recess. We will reconvene immediately after this vote on the House floor.
Just one vote.